then you carry it to somebody else in your community that is much more vulnerable. Maybe it's somebody you live with, a family member. Maybe it's somebody at the grocery store that you interact with, even for just a few minutes in line. But those sorts of things become higher risk. And for us to get this under control, we need to continue to beat home the drum of that message and make that choice. We do believe that the regional stay-at-home order, as well as our efforts together to message and make different choices, did make an important difference over the last few weeks to reduce that sort of curve. That very steep uptick was flattened just a little bit. And I believe that we did buy ourselves a little bit of room, if you will, to see and be able to deal with what we have in front of us with this sort of holiday surge that the governor mentioned. What more can we do? Obviously, whatever we do, we need to make sure that it has the impact that people and the state can be compliant with.
And here we have Raphael Warnock in Atlanta, Georgia, to kick us off for this Georgia campaign event where we will see Joe Biden as well. So we'll listen in here on News Now from Fox.
Y'all ready to win an election? Georgia, we're almost there. But we've got to finish the job. Let me hear you if you've already voted. So thank you so very much for voting, for exercising your right and your civic obligation. But know that if you've already voted, your job is not done. Your job is not done until you call everybody in your circle, everybody you know, until you call your family members and your friends, and you tell them to vote. Tell them that the preacher said a vote is a kind of prayer for the kind of world we want to live in. And our prayers are stronger when we pray together. So vote together. Are you ready to win this election? We're so honored to have back in Atlanta the President-elect of the United States of America, Joe Biden. And I'm so grateful to be standing on this stage at this defining moment in American history. I grew up in public housing, one of 12 children in my family. I'm number 11, and I'm the first college graduate in my family. I got there through hard work, grit, and determination, but that alone does not put me on this stage at this defining moment. My parents poured into me the ethic of hard work. They taught me what personal responsibility looks like. My mother grew up in Waycross, Georgia. You know where that is. Waycross, Georgia. So she believed in hard work. She grew up in the summers in the 1950s, a black teenager picking somebody else's cotton, picking somebody else's tobacco. But because this is the United States of America, the other day, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton went to the polls and picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator from the great state of Georgia. Only in America Is my story even possible? And I'm running for the United States Senate because I believe in the American promise. I believe in the American dream. But it is slipping away from too many of our children, not just poor children growing up in the housing projects of Atlanta or Savannah, but in rural communities, disaffected communities across North Georgia. Our children need to know that they have a senator in the United States Senate who understands their struggles, understands the struggles of ordinary people, and who will fight for them. The wealthy and the well-connected have no shortage of representation in Washington. It's time for ordinary people. Folk who go to work every day. Folk who would love to go to work, but they've lost their jobs due to no fault of their own. It's time for ordinary folk to have representation in Washington. And if you send me to the Senate, every single day I'll have Georgia on my mind. I won't be thinking about how I can best represent the insurance companies and how I can best represent the pharmaceutical companies. They have enough representatives. It's time for ordinary folk to have somebody thinking about them. And so listen, we've got work to do. The stakes of this election can hardly be overstated. We've had about 350,000 American souls to perish. That's a lot of empty seats at Thanksgiving. That's a lot of empty chairs at Christmas, the lighting of the Hanukkah candles. That's a lot of empty spaces as we welcome the new year and folks thought about their loved ones who are no longer with them. And even in the midst of this unspeakable human pain and suffering, what did we witness? We saw the politicians playing games. Politicians who are so focused on the next election that they're not thinking about the next generation. They're thinking about what's in their best interest. You heard the debate this week. Too often it was really about the politicians, who's up and who's down, who's in and who's out, who's winning and who's losing. Meanwhile, as I walk across the streets of Atlanta and across the streets of Georgia, the people are losing every single day. And they need a voice in their democracy. They need senators who understand that we've got to get this virus under control, that we've got to get this vaccine safely and efficiently distributed, that we've got to stand up and we've got to provide COVID relief to workers. We've got to help them to be able to get back to work safely. And we've got to make sure that we center the concerns of small business owners. We've got work to do. And in the midst of the work that we must do, we can hardly afford to be divided. And so here's what you've got to do. You've got to tell your family members and tell your friends to vote tomorrow. And when they show up to vote, here is the work that they are doing. Here is the important moral work that they are doing. They are pushing hard against the forces of division and distraction in our politics. Because there are folk who are trying so hard to divide us. I'm running against the unelected senator of Georgia. She was appointed. The people of Georgia have been disappointed. She gives a lot of money to the Republican Party, and somehow she got a seat. And when she went to that seat, she did not waste much time helping you to understand why she wanted it in the first place. She had barely unpacked. Had been there 3 weeks. When she heard about the coronavirus pandemic, rather than focusing on the folk who were sheltering in, she was focused on sheltering her own investment off of a pandemic. While the people of Georgia were suffering and losing their jobs, and when it came time to give ordinary people some relief, she said, I see no need. She said it was counterproductive. Meanwhile, she was profiting off of a pandemic. Who does that? Who does that? Forgive me, I'm from the hood. Where I'm from, we would say, where they do that at? Profiting off of a pandemic. And so, have you noticed she hasn't even bothered to make a case, Georgia, for why you should keep her in that seat? And that's because she has no case to make. Instead, she's trying to distract you, trying to misrepresent my record. Have you noticed? Lying on me, lying on my church, the spiritual home of Martin Luther King Jr., lying on the gospel. As we say in church, calling me everything but a child of God, scandalizing my name. But that's all right. My mother down in Savannah, Georgia, she said it's not what they call you, it's what you answer by. And in a few days, she can call me Senator Raphael Warnock. As we make sure everybody is engaged and everybody is involved, we will continue this blue wave that will make its way all across this state, the ripples of which will be felt all across this nation. Georgia, are you ready to win this election? So don't sleep through this movement. Don't sleep through this moment. There's too much at stake. My father used to wake me up every morning, rain or shine, 7 days a week, weekdays, Saturdays, Sundays, during the school year, during the summer. You couldn't sleep in my daddy's house. He was a veteran during the World War II era, and he never lost that sense that you ought to get up, get dressed, put your shoes on, get ready. And I said, Dad, what do you mean get ready? It's Saturday. Get ready for what? He said, I don't know. Just put your shoes on, boy. I'll tell you what you need to do later. Just make sure you're ready. That annoyed me when I was a little boy, when I was a teenager, but I'm so glad that my daddy woke me up every morning, God bless his soul, because in this defining moment, I want you to know, Georgia, I'm ready. I'm ready to be your next United States Senator. Alongside my brother John Ossoff as you send us to the United States Senate. Think about this. In this defining moment when folks are trying to divide us, Georgia is getting ready to send to the United States Senate a young Jewish man, the son of an immigrant, and a black preacher, pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, where Martin Luther King Jr. used to serve and where John Lewis worshiped. I don't know about you, but I'm so proud of the state of Georgia. Let America hear you roar. Can I ask you one more time, are you ready to win this election? Call everybody you know and tell them to get up. shoes on. Get ready for affordable health care. Get ready for a livable wage. Get ready to reclaim our democracy and reclaim the future for all of our children. God bless you. Let's win the future.
You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. That was Reverend Raphael Warnock, and this is stationed in Atlanta, Georgia. If you're new to us here in our stream, we bring you live, raw, unfiltered events all throughout the day, and we'll bring it to you in its entirety. So we heard from Warnock. It's likely we will be hearing from Jon Ossoff in just minutes here, and then following that, Joe Biden will be taking the stage. So we'll let you listen in here on News Now.
Atlanta, Georgia. It all comes down to this. Tomorrow is election day. The eyes of the nation are on Georgia right now. The eyes of the world are on Georgia right now. Feel your power, Georgia. Tomorrow we make history. Now I want you to say it with me now. Say vote. Say vote. Say vote. Tomorrow we make history. And think about how far we've come, Atlanta. Think about how far we've come in the great state of Georgia. Think about how far we've come in the American South. Georgia is the most competitive battleground state in the United States. You did that. You did that. And now hosting 2 runoff elections for the United States Senate to determine control of the United States Senate. Your standard bearers are the young Jewish son of an immigrant and a black pastor who holds Dr. King's pulpit at Ebenezer Baptist Church. Think about how far we've come, Atlanta. Think about how far we've come. And we're running against like the Bonnie and Clyde of corruption in American politics. 2 United States senators who, when they learned about this pandemic that was bearing down on our shores, when they learned about the threat posed by a virus that's now killed more than 300,000 of our fellow Americans, their first call was to their stockbroker. Atlanta, we deserve better, and retirement is coming for David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, Atlanta. But see, we have bigger and better things to discuss than David and Kelly. like where we go from here as a people. Where we go from here as a community, as a state, as a nation. We've had 4 years of hatred and racism and bigotry and lies and incompetence. But Donald Trump is leaving. And Georgia voters sent Donald Trump packing. You did that. So now it's time to rebuild. Now it's time to build an America that's defined by love, that's defined by unity, that's defined by compassion and empathy. Those are the substance of community. Those must be our guiding lights because we love each other. I'm going to take a page out of the Reverend's playbook. Turn to your neighbor and tell them you love them. This is about love. I love you too. And we are building a movement based on love for health, jobs, and justice for the people. Health, jobs, and justice for all the people, Atlanta. Let's talk about health for a moment. 300,000 Americans killed by this virus, our hospital systems, our nursing homes, buckling under the weight of this pandemic. So many who have lost so much. Loved ones buried. Loved ones who have lost their lives, unable to see or touch their loved ones as they pass. A government that has lied to us every step of the way. We can beat COVID-19, Atlanta. We can pass legislation to rush resources to hospitals and nursing homes. We can make sure every American gets access to testing and vaccines free of charge. We can beat COVID-19 and get our daily lives back. And do you believe, like I do, Atlanta, and like Reverend Warnock does, that health care is a human right? Healthcare is a human right and not just a privilege for those who have enough money in their bank accounts or who live in the right zip code. I was just down in Cuthbert, Georgia a few days ago, Randolph County in South Georgia. Y'all, they lost their hospital in October. Here in the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the world, in the middle of a pandemic, their hospital closed. And now the people of Randolph County, if they need an emergency room, they've got to drive an hour and a half to go to Columbus or Albany. And it's one of 9 hospitals we've lost in Georgia in the last 10 years. You send me and Reverend Warnock to the Senate, we will deliver the resources to reopen those 9 hospitals and to build new clinics in every corner of this state, because health care is a human right. We will stand up to the drug companies that are ripping off Georgia families at the pharmacy every single day, charging outrageous prices for life-saving medicine and insulin. We will ensure that every single American has great health insurance, no matter their ability to pay, whether they have a pre-existing condition, suffering from asthma or diabetes or a cancer survivor. Because Georgia, health care is a human right, and we will make it so in the United States of America. And let me give a special shout out to all the mothers out there. Let me give a special shout out to my mama who is here. Where is Heather? I love you, Mom. Y'all may not know this, but my wife Alicia works as an OB/GYN doctor at Grady Hospital in labor and delivery right here in Atlanta. And she sees every day at work mothers who struggle, who suffer, babies who struggle into this world because our leaders have refused to expand Medicaid, because our leaders have refused to invest in maternal health. We have one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the entire country here in Georgia. And if you send me and Reverend Warnock to the U.S. Senate, when you send me and Reverend Warnock to the U.S. Senate, we will surge resources to save lives, to make sure every county in this state has an OBGYN doctor. Because health care is a human right, Atlanta. Health, jobs, and justice for all the people. Let's talk about jobs. Millions have lost their jobs during this crisis. Millions facing eviction and foreclosure. Small businesses across our state operating at 20 or 30% capacity. Gas bill piling up. Credit cards maxed out. Families that can't afford childcare. And for 8 months straight, the United States Senate blocked the direct relief that the people needed. Let him never deceive you. David Perdue opposed direct stimulus for the people all year long. Last week, David Perdue changed his tune. Well, guess what? There's an election coming. Georgia, you deserve senators who have your back, not just when they're about to face the people, but at all times. And when you send me and Reverend Warnock to the Senate, we will pass those $2,000 stimulus checks that the people need, that families need to stay on their feet and in their homes. We will pass the most ambitious jobs, infrastructure, and recovery program in U.S. history. We will upgrade our public schools. We will build those clinics and hospitals. We'll upgrade transit and transportation to connect every county here in Metro Atlanta, to connect every city, every corner of the state, and to connect Georgia with the rest of the Southeast. We will create tens of thousands of jobs in clean and renewable energy, saving our planet while we make America the #1 producer of clean energy in the world, and Georgia the #1 producer of clean energy in the South. Y'all, I want you to feel what we can achieve together. I want you to feel what is possible. I want you to believe in what is possible. And look, here's the bottom line. If Mitch McConnell and the Republicans hold on to the Senate, they will try to do to Joe and Kamala exactly like they tried to do to President Obama. But we have too much good work to do for things to be ground to a halt in our nation's capital. We need to raise the minimum wage to $15. We need to expand the Pell Grant program so no young person in this state has to take on debt to get a degree from a public college or from an HBCU. We need to relieve the burden of student debt from those who are currently struggling to get out from under their loans. We can do all these things when we win tomorrow. We can deliver health, jobs, and justice for the people, for all the people. Let's talk about justice, Atlanta. Let's talk about justice. I mentioned my mother a few minutes ago. Y'all may not know this. My mother came to this country as an immigrant when she was 23 years old, alone as a young woman. Takes a lot of courage to uproot your life at that age, move to the other side of the planet, and start new. But like so many immigrants, my mother came to this country because she believed that this country stood for certain ideals. Let me be clear that that doesn't mean that she indulged any fantasies about our past. That doesn't mean that she didn't recognize how much further America had to go. She became a young activist. My mother was marching in the streets for the Equal Rights Amendment in the 1970s. She had me walking around the house when I was 3 or 4 years old with one of those ERA Now buttons on. So now you see where I'm coming from. My mother became an activist, and my mother became a citizen. because she recognized that the ballot box is where we demand progress. The ballot box is where we hold elected officials accountable. The ballot box is where we ensure that this country keeps moving on a journey of progress toward fully realizing the very best of our founding ideals. Equality in God's eyes, equal justice for all. Equal justice for all. Our Constitution already guarantees equal protection under the law. But when Ahmaud Arbery is shot to death in broad daylight in the street on camera, and the local authorities look the other way because he is a young black man, that makes a mockery of equal protection under the law. So Atlanta, are you ready to fight to pass a new Civil Rights Act that will secure equal justice for all, no matter the color of our skin? Are you ready to fight to pass a new Voting Rights Act that will secure the sacred franchise that John Lewis and so many bled and suffered for? Are you ready to fight for health and jobs and justice for all the people? Are you ready to send a message that echoes not just from coast to coast, but down the generations about what this state stands for? Atlanta, we just have a few hours left. I'm asking you to dream about what's possible. I'm asking you to believe in what's possible. I'm asking you to work to make real what is possible. No regrets. No regrets. We are on the cusp of a historic victory. Feel it, know it, believe it, work for it. Atlanta, are you ready to work? Atlanta, are you ready to win? Atlanta, are you ready to elect 2 new United States senators? Atlanta, say it with me again, say vote. Say vote. Say vote. I love you all. Thank you so much.
And again, you're watching News Now from Fox. That was John Ossoff, who was speaking on stage. Momentarily, Joe Biden will be walking up and speaking. And of course, we'll bring it to you live here on News Now from Fox. We want to thank you all for your viewership. If you miss anything here on News Now, you can always catch us on Twitter at News Now Fox, where you can find a lot of these events and big moments that happen throughout the day. You can also go to newsnowfox.com to see all of the platforms that you can be streaming us on. We're everywhere, and that's so great for 2021 as the news never stops. So we'll keep you here in Atlanta, Georgia, where again Joe Biden will be speaking momentarily, and then following that we have a lot more to get to as far as this election goes, and then also COVID-19 news. I'm watching several feeds right now. Just minutes ago, Mayor Turner in Houston got vaccinated, so we'll be listening to that COVID-19 press conference and witnessing some of those sites. We played out for you a little bit of California and Governor Gavin Newsom, what's going on with the COVID-19 pandemic and vaccination distribution out there. But we'll be staying out here in Atlanta, Georgia, as the Senate runoff race continues. As we wait, some of you will be going out to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we've got Biden here in Georgia. As we await Joe Biden, let's head out to Houston right now where we can see some vaccinations that are going on in live time. This is kind of an interesting shot, and that's what we do here on News Now from Fox, bring you all of these live feeds from across the country. So we have Georgia on the left side and Texas, Houston, Texas on the right. We'll listen into that shot and see if we can hear anything. I believe, again, like I said, Mayor Turner just got vaccinated moments ago, and I think other first responders and medical personnel are also getting vaccinated. So listen in there. I'm Daytona Everett here with News Now from Fox. We're following a couple different shots here right now. On that left side, Joe Biden is going to be speaking in Atlanta, Georgia, ahead of the Senate runoff race. On the right side, vaccinations in Houston, Texas. I do want to bring us some breaking news, though, and as mentioned, we're bringing you live, raw, unfiltered feed. So if it goes in and out, it's because this is our chopper in Los Angeles. So the LA County Fire Department is reporting a couple different things right now. As you can see, this big rig fell 50 feet over the side of a highway. This is the Templin Highway. Units are currently responding to this scene, but as you can see, a pretty terrible crash over that side. Looks like it was carrying pallets of something. No word yet on exactly when or how this happened. No fire and no people are trapped. Good thing that there was no spark of a fire, because it looks like lots of wood and flammable items. Again, this is coming out of Los Angeles. We're going to wait to get some more information on this situation, but we're going to hold this shot here for just a moment. If you're just tuning in right now, we are following some breaking news coming out of Los Angeles County of a big rig crash. Units are responding in terrible traffic on the opposite end of the highway there. No word yet on exactly where this is located, but we will keep you updated. Looks like we have some action in Atlanta, Georgia for that campaign event that is happening for Warnock and Jon Ossoff ahead of the Senate runoffs. So we'll listen into that here on News Now from Fox. I am going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, more on election 2020.
Yeah.
Whether this is your first election or your 20th, your vote will dictate the future of our country. We are in a time when leadership is needed. We are in a time when our voices need to be loud. So please, Georgia, use your vote, your voice, to put Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock in the U.S. Senate. It is now with great honor that I introduce President-elect Joe Biden.
It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Let's hear it for Allie. For that introduction and the great lineup of entertainers you've had. You're probably disappointed hearing us speaking. We'll get the entertainers back on here. And let's hear it for Stacey Abrams. Nobody in America has done more for the right to vote than Stacey. Stacey, you're changing Georgia. You've changed America. And I want to personally thank you again. So let's hear it for the next Public Service Commissioner, Daniel Blackman. I don't know where Daniel is, but I know he's here. Look, and one of the best mayors America has, and my good friend, Keisha Lance Bottoms. If I had 3 of her, I could rule the world. I love her, I tell you. And let's hear it for the next United States Senator, Jon Ossoff, and the Reverend Warnock. Just talking in the back. They're talented, they're principled, they're qualified, they're decent, they're honorable, they mean what they say, and they believe what I believe the definition of America is. It's about possibilities, unlike any other nation in the world. Anything's possible. They're bending the arc of history toward justice and hope and progress. And that's not hyperbole, that's real. Folks, this is it. This is it. It's a new year. And tomorrow can be a new day for Atlanta, for Georgia, and for America. First, let me start by saying thank you for electing me and Kamala as President and Vice President of the United States. You voted in record numbers in November. Your voices were heard, your votes were counted. The will of the people prevailed. We won 3 times here. Each recount, you know what I mean? I think we should count it as 3 states. Won 3 times. And now, we need you to vote again in record numbers. To make your voices heard again and again, to change Georgia, to change America again.
And this is not an exaggeration. Georgia, the whole nation is looking to you to lead us forward, for real. You know it. You cannot turn on any national television show without knowing about what's going on here and what you all are doing. The power is literally in your hands. Unlike any time in my career, one state can chart the course, not just for the next 4 years, but for the next generation. By electing John and the Reverend, you can make an immediate difference in your own lives, the lives of the people all across this country, because their election will put an end to the block in Washington, that $2,000 stimulus check, that money that will go out the door immediately, tell people who are in real trouble. Think about what it'll mean to your lives. Putting food on the table, paying rent, paying for your mortgage, paying down the credit card, paying the phone bill, the gas bill, the electric bill. Just look around. Millions of people in this country out of work through no fault of their own. No fault of their own. They're struggling. Many are fearful, and many have given up hope. Look at the lines at food banks. Hours and hours and hours. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. And there's food lines like we've not seen since the Depression. And they're getting longer. Families, children, people have worked their whole lives and never asked for a thing except a fighting chance. Now, they're lining up for food in America. And the debate over $2,000 isn't some abstract debate in Washington. It's about real lives. Your lives, the lives of good, hard-working Americans. And if you're like millions of Americans all across this country, you need the money, you need the help, and you need it now. Look, Georgia, there's no one in America with more power to make that happen than you, the citizens of Atlanta, the citizens of Georgia. And that's not an exaggeration, that is that's literally true. If you send John and the Reverend to Washington, those $2,000 checks will go out the door, restoring hope and decency and honor for so many people who are struggling right now. And if you send Senators Perdue and Loeffler back to Washington, those checks will never get there. It's just that simple. The power is literally in your hands. By electing John and the Reverend, you can break the gridlock that has gripped Washington and this nation. With their votes in the Senate, we'll be able to make the progress we need to make on jobs, on health care, on justice, on the environment, on so many important things. By electing John and the Reverend, you'll be voting to get the states the resources they need to get the vaccines distributed. It's a shame what's happening now. It's a literal shame. I've said it before, getting America vaccinated will be one of the most difficult operational challenges this nation has ever faced, but we've known it for the last months. This administration has gotten off to a god-awful start. The president spends more time whining and complaining than doing something about the problem. I don't know why he still wants the job. He doesn't want to do the work. Look, the states need help. There's a reason why the Constitution said the federal government could have a deficit spending in times of crisis, and states have to balance their budgets. It's for this very thing. It's the whole idea. Your states have to balance your budgets. So what's happening? You're going to see more and more people laid off, more firefighters, police officers, school teachers, first responders, the people we need badly now. The states need more money to do the job. They need the federal government to work with them, not attack them and leave them out there hanging. It's going to be tough to get this done. We have to do it. People's lives literally depend on it. Our economy depends on it. And we'll get it done by electing John and the Reverend to be voting to get their state and local government funding and the money they need to keep teachers, local responders, keep them on the job, protecting you, looking out for your children. Look, states have been struggling through this pandemic. They need help. By electing John and the Reverend, you'll be sending a powerful message to Congress and to the country that it's time for this nation, for God's sake, to finally come together. Finally. To work together, to unite, to put the anger and the division and the divisive politics of the past behind us. And here's one more thing. Voting for John and the Reverend won't just be good for America, it'll be good for Georgia. And here's why. When you vote for John and Raphael, you'll be sending 2 senators who will fight for you, who'll put Georgia first, who'll put you first. You don't have that now. You have 2 senators who think it's more important to reward wealth than hard work in the tax system. You have 2 senators now who think they don't work for you, they work for Trump. I mean, think about it. You have 2 senators who think their loyalty is to Trump, not to Georgia. You have 2 senators who think they've sworn an oath to Donald Trump, not to the United States Constitution. Let me tell you something. I got elected when I was 29 years old and 6 more times the United States Senate from Delaware, and guess what? Not once did I think I took an oath to any president, Democrat or Republican. I took an oath to the United States Constitution. And as president, I don't believe your United States senators are going to work for me. They work for the people of Georgia. That's why I'm not asking your senators to be loyal to me. I believe they should be loyal to you, to Georgia, the United States Constitution, period. And if you vote for John and the Reverend, that's what you're going to get. Decent, honorable men. They won't put a president or party first, and they sure won't put themselves first. They know public service is about you. It isn't about them. It's not about enriching themselves. It's about making people's lives better, about giving people a chance. Just an even shot, no guarantee, but an even shot. It's time to start rewarding work and not wealth. And if you listen to John and the Reverend, that's what they've been saying. That's what they've been campaigning on. Look, I'm dealing with COVID. I'm revitalizing our economy, our health care, our voting rights, criminal justice, racial justice, climate change, on the things that matter and will make a difference in your lives and the lives of your families. Georgia, as dark as these days of winter seem, I'm still more optimistic about this country than any time in my entire life. I really mean it. The American people now understand clearly what's at stake. And John and Raphael share that optimism. They saw firsthand the power of believing in the promise of America in our darkest months. John learned it from my old friend and yours, John Lewis. Reverend Warnock sees the power of faith to overcome the toughest trials that life can throw at us. He believes, as I do, in the quote of the German philosopher Kierkegaard, who said, "Faith sees best in the dark." I know they share with me that deep faith in the American people in this country, a faith that enables us to overcome adversity, to lift each other up, to be a beacon of light for one another and for the world. That's who we are, and that's what we should never give up on. Look, folks, I've said many times, and I'll say it here again, there's nothing, and I say this again, nothing this country is unable to do when we decide to do it together. We have faced tougher times before, and we've always overcome. We've always overcome. We've always come out better than we went in, no matter what. I know this campaign has been exhausting. You put the hard work in over the last few years to get to this moment. It's been intense. It's been nonstop. But I'm asking you to give everything you've got one more day. One more day. And that one more day is not hyperbole. You can change America. So if you haven't voted, vote. If you already voted, and I'm asking you one more day of making calls and safely knocking on doors. Go to iwillvote.com/GA to find your polling location. Just like you did in November. Vote, vote, vote. Vote for John and the Reverend. Vote. In America, as our opposition friends are finding out, all power flows from the people. From the people. That's our history. That's our law. That's our tradition. That's our Constitution. That's our democracy. Politicians cannot assert, take, or seize power. Power is given, granted by the American people alone. And we can never give that up. It's always, always the will of the people that must prevail. So today, tomorrow, vote. Do it for your children. Do it for your state, your country. Do it for all those who've given up so much. Think of all those who've given up so much to secure that right. Do it for the country you love, because I know you love this country. And the future you want to build for everyone in this country. Do it for all those around the world who aspire like us to be free and a democratic people who look to us. I've been in over almost 100 countries. They all look to America. The power is in your hands. John and Reverend Warnock are counting on you. So is Kamala, so am I, and so is America. We're a nation built on honor, decency, dignity, and respect. America is and must continue to be a beacon of light, liberty, and democracy and unity. That's who we are. That's the United States of America. Vote, 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 vote. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Pretty much on the dot right there. It is 3 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, Mountain Standard Time, about 5 p.m. Eastern Time. And there's Joe Biden in Atlanta, Georgia, following, of course, Raphael Warnock and Jon Ossoff as they really turn up the volume in Georgia ahead of the Senate runoffs. And we've been seeing both sides of the aisle really making their way around the state. Tonight, we'll be hearing from President Trump himself. That will be at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. You can watch it live here on NewsNOW from Fox as he campaigns for Loeffler and Perdue, the opposite end of the aisle. Just one day of the Senate runoffs in Georgia tomorrow. Full coverage here on NewsNOW. We're going to head out of this event and go to California, Los Angeles County, where some big announcements are being made with vaccine distribution, testing, and so much more. Everything COVID-19. We've been doing pretty much all Georgia election coverage today, so we've got a couple of these events to hit. We'll stay on this shot for just a moment longer because we want to show you these live feeds when we have them here in Atlanta, Georgia. Everyone giving the elbows, Ossoff and Warnock and Biden. So we're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we've got more from California, more from Georgia, and more here on NewsNOW from Fox.
We reached over 800,000 total cases in Los Angeles County. It took 10 months to hit 400,000 cases, but we have reached another 400,000 within the last month alone. That is a human disaster and one that was avoidable. But I need to underscore that it could be worse. The situation is already beyond our imagination, but it could become beyond comprehension if the health restrictions in place are not fully obeyed. We have over 7,600 people in our hospitals from COVID-19. It is getting harder and harder for healthcare workers to care for those coming to the hospital with gunshot wounds, heart attacks, strokes, and injuries from car accidents. Hospitals are declaring internal disasters and having to open church gyms to serve as hospital units. Our healthcare workers are physically and mentally exhausted and sick. Over 28,400 healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 since the beginning. We need our communities to rally around them. Let's commit to do that today. But I also know that our communities are not just reeling from the health consequences of COVID-19, but also the economic pain and suffering. That is why tomorrow the Board of Supervisors will consider two motions that I have authored. The first is to extend the supplemental paid sick leave ordinance for workers in unincorporated Los Angeles County, which would otherwise expire. This will extend the existing paid sick leave benefits and makes modifications so that it also applies to businesses who have fewer than 500 employees. The board will also consider my motion to provide hero pay to grocery store and drug and pharmacy retail workers, the first step to get them this extra pay they deserve. Since the beginning of the pandemic, frontline grocery and drug retail workers have continued to show up to work despite the dangers of being exposed to COVID-19. Because of their work on the front lines, families throughout the county have been able to access food and medicine they need during this pandemic. Given the nature of these jobs, they are staying inside with large crowds every day, putting them at heightened risk of contracting COVID-19. Some have been met with outbreaks in their places of work, and unfortunately, as we experience record-breaking waves of cases, these retailers have experienced an increase in outbreaks. Grocery and drug retailers have also experienced a surge in demand during the pandemic, with the Brookings Institute study showing a 40% increase in profit in 2020. The companies themselves are thriving, while their workers who keep the stores open are struggling economically. Nearly half of low-wage workers have reported having trouble paying their bills, and a third trouble paying their rent or mortgage. It's imperative for the county to act with urgency to ensure these workers are justly compensated for the unprecedented risks they encounter on the job during the pandemic. That is why I'm introducing a motion at tomorrow's board meeting to require grocery and drug retail stores that have 300 or more employees nationwide and more than 10 employees per store site to provide all employees with hero pay. That's an additional $5 per hour in wages to sunset in 120 days. It's been done before. The cities of Los Angeles and Long Beach are pursuing similar efforts. Details of this ordinance will be available in the coming weeks. I know these actions do not totally negate the economic pain caused by COVID-19, but it is my hope they bring relief to our residents. In the new year, we must rid our county of its dark history of racial inequity. This will require an economic plan that balances the inequities between low-skilled and high-end earners. And as we discuss the incredible value of our essential workers, I also want to briefly touch on the vaccine administration. The federal and state government set the rules for the order of who is vaccinated at what period and according to a tier structure. But I want to underscore that this county does have a role in implementation. That is why LA County adopted a policy to ensure equity as our North Star in how the vaccine is administered. As with cases, the gaps in hospitalization rates by race and ethnicity are widening. Latinx residents have a hospitalization rate of 80 hospitalizations per 100,000 people, and 627% increase since early November, and 3 times the rate of white residents. The number of black residents in hospitals is also increasing to 57 hospitalizations per 100,000 people, a 714% increase since early November, and more than double that of white, who currently have a rate of 26 hospitalizations per 100,000 people. These figures make clear that we need equitable distribution of the vaccine in disadvantaged neighborhoods, in part because many of these areas are comprised of essential workers. That includes areas like East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights, San Gabriel Valley, and Pomona, communities hardest hit by the crisis. We will do just that, but it will take time. We continue to get the vaccine deliveries weekly, but the amounts fall short of what the federal government told us we would receive. It is my hope with the new Biden administration just 16 days away, we see a significant change in speed for the arrival of this vaccine. With the dramatic increase in our hospitalizations, we are pushing the limits of the hospital infrastructure. And I am pleased that the Army Corps of Engineers is going to 6 of our local hospitals, including White Memorial in Boyle Heights, Beverly Hospital in Montebello, and Emanate Health in West Covina to address the infrastructure needs. This is a direct impact on patient care. Specifically, these infrastructure improvements should enhance medical providers' ability to give oxygen to a greater number of patients. And I want to acknowledge the Army Corps of Engineers for taking on this life-saving effort. I also want to address the impact of COVID-19 among our residents experiencing homelessness. Later this week, the Department of Public Health will issue a report on the mortality rates and causes of death among people experiencing homelessness. There is no question that COVID-19 will be among those causes. I want those who are unsheltered to know that we are here for them. We are continuing to work to get them housing, and even if it's temporary, especially if they are vulnerable or are experiencing symptoms of COVID-19. In fact, just recently, we quickly stood up 4 additional quarantine and isolation sites to offer a hotel room with regular meals and care to those who do not have a place to isolate safely. We will continue to identify resources to tackle this reality as the surge extends. So will our support for our residents. And lastly, I would like to take this time to discuss the anti-lockdown and anti-mask protests and gatherings around the health officer orders that have taken place throughout this pandemic. We are in the midst of an unprecedented and dangerous surge. Our public health officials have one mission: to safeguard the public's health. They are not the ones to blame. The virus is. Despite what protesters claim, this is not a hoax. Just take a look at our hospitals where care now has to be rationed. And it will only get worse if we give in to demands to reopen at a time when our cases, hospitalizations, and deaths continue to skyrocket. I'm sympathetic to the economic devastation that this is causing, which is why I've advocated for allocations of the county's CARES Act funds to provide relief to our impacted local small businesses. But as I've said before, there will be no true economic recovery until the virus is gone. So it is actually very counterproductive to end restrictions and let the virus spread even more uncontrollably. Doing so will only further damage the economy and continue to take lives. Additionally, although we haven't confirmed the COVID-19 variant's presence in LA County, we know it is nearby, making these gatherings, often maskless, even more concerning. In closing, I know that for some in our community, Dia de los Reyes on Wednesday is often a cause for gathering and celebration. The holiday commemorates the end of the Christmas season. Please do so virtually. Use the internet or Zoom to connect with your family and friends. It's not worth it to gather because it may be the last time you gather with your loved ones if you do. I also want to acknowledge the beginning of 2021. The beginning of the year often accompanies New Year's resolutions, and I'm calling on all of us to make it count. For this month of 2021, I'm asking that we all abide by the health officer order fully. Just 1 month can make all the difference in the world. We have the resolve to get through this crisis, so let's double down on our efforts so 2021 looks a lot less like 2020. I want to thank you, and I would now like to introduce our Director of the Department of Public Health, Dr. Barbara Ferrer.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Supervisor Solis. We very much appreciate all your efforts and leadership and that of all the supervisors as we work together to stop this deadly pandemic in LA County. And I'll now offer some updates. Can you bring up the first slide? We're likely to experience the worst conditions in January that we faced the entire pandemic, and that's hard to imagine. In slightly more than 1 month, we doubled the number of people who tested positive for COVID-19, going from 400,000 cases on November 30th to 800,000 cases on January 2nd. It took us 9.5 months to get to the first 400,000 cases. The anticipated surge from the winter holiday gatherings has begun, and tens upon tens of thousands of people are paying the price with new COVID-19 infections. The increases in cases are likely to continue for weeks to come as a result of holiday and New Year's Eve parties and returning travelers. Everyone should keep in mind that community transmission rates are so high that you run the risk of an exposure whenever you leave your home. Assume that this deadly, invisible virus is everywhere, looking for a willing host. Don't let that be you or someone you care about. If you're going to work or to buy groceries or medicine, take every precaution possible. Try to never remove your face covering when near others, and avoid eating or drinking with anyone not in your household. Wash or sanitize your hands every hour if you're around others, and avoid any non-essential activities. We suggest you take a break from shopping, avoid any type of gathering, and exercise by yourself or with others from your household. More than 1 in 5 people who get tested are positive, and this helps explain why there's just so much risk when you hang out with others. If we fail to use the tools that are currently available, our frontline healthcare workers, now caring for distressingly large numbers of COVID-19 patients, will face many more weeks of increasing numbers of patients and the heartbreaking loss of so many lives. It's better to be lonely than to be sick. It's better to care for others by following all the rules than to end up passing along the virus to someone who gets hospitalized or even dies. Our website has a wealth of useful information in multiple languages to provide tips on staying safe and let you know how you can get assistance and support during these difficult times. And now I'll update the current numbers, and I'll take the next slide. We're sad to report today 77 additional people passed away, which unfortunately brings the total number of deaths in LA County to 10,850. And today's numbers, while so high, actually reflect a lag in reporting from over the holiday weekend. Our heartfelt condolences to everyone who started the new year mourning the loss of a loved one or a friend who passed away from COVID-19. Healing and peace. We're reporting 9,142 new cases today, bringing the total number of cases in LA County to 827,498. And today's relatively lower number of new cases reflects the closure of many testing sites and delays in reporting over the holiday. This number is very likely to increase in the days ahead. These cases do include 33,271 total cases reported by our partners in the city of Long Beach and 7,010 cases reported by the city of Pasadena, which have independent city health departments. 7,697 people are currently hospitalized with COVID-19, and 21% of the people who are hospitalized are in the ICU, and 19% are on ventilators. We've investigated a total of 4,057 residential congregate settings and non-residential settings with at least one confirmed case of COVID-19. Currently, we have 1,620 open investigations, and we've closed 2,437.
Just a heads up, guys, some of you are going to take a quick 2-minute break.
697, and this includes 30,523 cases among residents and 38,174 among staff. To date, over 4.8 million people have been tested and had test results reported to LA County. And now the cumulative positivity rate has risen to 16%. The current daily positivity rate is now 21%. I'll take the next slide. This updated graph of cases by episode date through December 31st shows a slight decline in cases over the Christmas holiday, which was to be expected because testing centers were closed at that time. But as you can see, the number of cases immediately began to quickly climb once testing resumed, and we've now reached a 7-day average of 12,322 cases on December 31st. Since the surge began on November 1st, this is a staggering 905% increase in cases. For the near future, based on all the travel and intermingling witnessed over the holiday, this line is likely to continue to go up as we're going to experience increases in cases associated with the winter holiday. The steepness of this line is frightening in its implications for our healthcare system, our healthcare workers, and all the people we care about. Next slide. This graph shows the devastating impact on the rising cases on our local hospitals. When the surge began in early November, there was an average of 791 people hospitalized each day with COVID-19. On January 2nd, just a few days ago, the 3-day average number of people hospitalized with COVID-19 was a staggering 7,623. As with the previous graph on cases, these increases in hospitalizations continue as long as our case numbers increase. The high census of COVID-19 patients in our hospitals is distressing, not only for those who have COVID-19, but for all others in the county who need acute care during this time. People who have a stroke or a heart attack or experience a traumatic injury from a car crash are finding it more difficult to access care compared to months ago. Next slide. As hospitalizations continue to climb sharply, the ultimate tragedies also continue to rise across the county. This table shows the 7-day average of number of daily deaths, and it's probably the most disturbing table we're looking at. When this current surge began to devastate LA County, the average number of people dying of COVID on a daily basis was about 13. Now we consistently average significantly more than 100 deaths a day. On December 30th, the 7-day average of daily deaths was 110. This is an increase of 700% from when the surge began. Another way to look at this is that we're losing on average a person every 15 minutes here in LA County. And tragically, this line also goes up as we've recently been reporting much higher numbers of daily deaths. We may very well be on our way to weekly death tolls of 1,000 people or more. Our hearts and thoughts go to everyone who has lost a loved one, a friend, a neighbor, and a coworker. This overwhelming loss of life is unfathomable, and we'll continue to hold all of you in our prayers. Next slide. I think this slide helps us understand the progression of COVID-19 from cases to hospitalizations to death. We can see with clarity where we've been and where we're headed. With the average number of daily new COVID cases anticipated to once again reach 15,000, we could see in 2 weeks 8,500 people hospitalized each day. And then a week later, our daily deaths could rise to up to 175 people. We are grateful to the frontline healthcare workers who are fighting so hard to save thousands of lives. But we all know that there are certain people who simply won't survive the ravages of this powerful virus. This heartache does not need to continue. Please do your part to stop the surge. These numbers of hospitalizations and deaths do not go down until the number of new cases decreases. Next slide. The impact of the surge in cases is seen within every sector. As of December 28th, a total of 28,448 healthcare workers and first responders have been confirmed with COVID-19 in LA County since February. This table shows the waves of cases among healthcare workers at different sites. We can see that our first surge began in March and peaked in mid-April for healthcare workers. And then another one came in July, when we also saw high rates of community transmission across the county. And sadly, the recent rise in cases among healthcare workers began with the surge that started in early November. And as you can see with the red line and the white line, the hardest hit sites for healthcare workers who are infected are healthcare workers who work at our hospitals and healthcare workers who work at skilled nursing facilities and assisted living facilities. With this much community transmission, it's highly likely that much of the transmission is related to activities that are taking place outside of healthcare settings, but nonetheless, the large number of healthcare workers that are infected means a large number of healthcare workers that are not able to continue to do their jobs. There have also been 132 deaths amongst healthcare workers in the county since the beginning of the pandemic. Among healthcare workers who died from COVID-19, the majority were men, about 57%, between 50 and 64 years of age, 47% of them. And the majority have also been Latinx, about 45%. Each one of these deaths is also a tragedy, and we mourn with the families and coworkers of the healthcare workers who passed away from COVID-19. We're going to continue to work with organizations across the county to ensure that healthcare workers at every location are protected and that they have the personal protective equipment they need to stay safe and that they continue to be prioritized for vaccination. Next slide. This slide shows the workplace settings for healthcare workers who have passed away. The highest number of healthcare worker deaths have occurred for those workers at skilled nursing and long-term care facilities, with a total of 67 workers dying who worked at these locations. The next highest number of deaths, 21, occurred for workers who work at hospitals, followed by 11 deaths for workers at outpatient facilities. Tragically, we've seen deaths across all occupational settings for healthcare workers and EMS throughout the pandemic. I'll take the next slide. And the majority of healthcare workers that passed away have been nurses. However, there are healthcare workers who have died across many professions, including firefighters, physicians, dentists, lab technicians, police officers, sheriff deputies, all have, again, who work in healthcare, social workers, pharmacists, respiratory therapists, all have lost their lives to COVID-19. And we extend our forever gratitude to all the healthcare workers who continue to sacrifice so much to care for all of us. Next slide. Vaccinations are proceeding throughout LA County as we continue to build our capacity. As of Saturday, January 2nd, we've received a total of 189,995 doses of the Pfizer vaccine, and 96,390 doses had been administered to our frontline healthcare workers at acute care hospitals. There's a slight lag here in the reporting, so we actually probably have a significant increase in that number today. As of Saturday, we had received 81,571 Moderna doses of vaccine, of which 22,221 have been administered primarily to staff and residents at skilled nursing facilities, as well as to EMS services, paramedics, and EMTs. The next Pfizer allocation that's due to arrive later this week is 82,745 doses, and this will primarily be used to administer the second doses to the first group of healthcare workers that were vaccinated in mid-December. We also expect to receive an additional 50,700 Moderna doses, which will be administered primarily to priority groups within Tier 2 of Phase 1A. Tier 2 includes healthcare workers at urgent care and primary care clinics, at intermediate and home healthcare facilities and services, as well as home healthcare workers, as well as healthcare field workers who face a high degree of possible exposure because of their work in the field. Next slide. And in closing, I do hope that all Los Angeles County residents will start the new year asking themselves, what can I do to help, and what's my role in stopping the spread of COVID-19? Here are some suggested action steps. These are the ones that we all should be taking right now. First, we ask that everyone take personal responsibility and follow the rules, and ask others around you to do the same. The simple measures that we have in place, wearing face coverings, maintaining our distance, avoiding gatherings, and using sanitizer, these go a long way to reversing the deadly trends that we currently see. Second, for those of you who have just returned from a trip outside of our region, you must quarantine in place for 10 days and monitor for symptoms for an additional 4, for a total of 14 days. We need every Los Angeles County resident who has traveled recently to do this. Start today if you didn't already start your quarantine. We also need all persons who are coming into LA County to understand that this is our rule, whether you arrive by plane, bus, train, or another vehicle. Next, get tested if you're experiencing any COVID-19 symptoms, or you've been exposed or possibly exposed to someone who's tested positive. Don't take a chance. Get tested, and if it comes back positive, you must isolate yourself for at least 10 days and until you're fever-free and symptom-free for 24 hours. I also want to repeat a plea I made on New Year's Eve, and that is to ask all employers to do 2 things. First, make sure that employees who recently traveled for leisure or recreation are self-quarantining for 10 days upon their return. Second, we do need all business owners and managers to take extra steps to be fully compliant with the safeguards and modifications set forth in the stay-at-home order and our existing public health protocols. We are counting on every business to help stop the spread. Finally, everyone should just stay home whenever possible. Staying home will save lives. The fewer interactions we have with others, the less this deadly virus finds many other hosts and keeps spreading throughout our county at a pace that wreaks havoc in every sector. We do all of this in January, and we can help stop the surge. Thank you. And now Dr. Galley will provide updates from the Department of Health Services.
And just a heads up, some of you are going to go on a quick 2-minute break.
Good afternoon and Happy New Year. I know that when the pandemic started this past spring in 2020, we all hoped or thought that by the end of 2020, by the new year, we wouldn't be in this same position and that the worst would be over. But today, unfortunately, I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you that given the current state of the pandemic in Los Angeles County, the worst is almost certainly still ahead of us. As of today, hospitals continue to be significantly strained. All hospitals are being inundated with COVID patients. In our 4 public DHS-operated hospitals, we have 557 COVID-positive patients hospitalized as of this morning. This is the highest number that we've seen yet in the pandemic, and every day it just grows and grows. Over half of our beds are filled with COVID-positive patients, and over 3/4 of the patients who are receiving critical care services in the intensive care units are there because of COVID. We are continuing to do everything we can to address the most constrained resource, which continues to be staff. I'm thankful for the support from the state as well as the federal government, including the deployment of federal staffing teams to come to 2 DHS hospitals as well as to several private hospitals in the coming days. We are trying to ease the amount of work that nurses need to do so that they can focus on patient care. And we are adding nurses wherever possible, looking to registries and contracts, as I mentioned, the Department of Defense teams, additional support from the state, and redeploying nurses, as I've spoken about before, to the hospitals wherever possible. To date, within DHS alone, we've redeployed over 800 nurses from outpatient clinics to our hospitals or to other critical areas such as the quarantine and isolation sites. And private hospitals, to the extent they can, are doing the same. Many hospitals have reached a point of crisis and are having to make very tough decisions about patient care. EMS is working with all hospitals across the region to relieve the pressure on especially the smaller facilities and seeking to facilitate lateral transfers to hospitals who are better able to manage the volume wherever possible. We continue, as all hospitals do, to care for many ICU-level patients in the emergency departments as patients wait for beds to open up upstairs. We are still encouraging people to only come to the emergency department or to call 911 if you have a medical emergency or psychiatric emergency. Ambulances are still having to wait many hours to offload patients to the emergency room, and patients should know that if they're not having an emergency, the best place to go to seek care is outside of the emergency medical services system. Call your doctor, go to an urgent care, or seek care through a nurse advice line. I am grateful to the participation and collaboration from all of the fire departments, both within the county as well as city fire departments, who are helping to triage patients on hospital grounds as they wait for offload. Law enforcement has also been instructed by the Department of Mental Health to bring patients who are on psychiatric 5150 holds who do not have active medical issues to go bring them to psychiatric urgent care centers rather than to medical emergency rooms. The volume being seen in our hospitals still represents the cases that resulted from the Thanksgiving holiday. We do not believe that we are yet seeing the cases that stemmed from the Christmas holiday. This, sadly, and the cases from the recent New Year's holiday is still before us, and hospitals across the region are doing everything they can to prepare. For those in our community who are fortunate enough to not be in a hospital, if you or your loved one think you need a COVID test, because you either have symptoms or had a known documented exposure to someone with COVID, or just think you were exposed to someone with COVID, there is availability at the county-operated, city-operated, state-operated, and private testing sites across the county. We are testing more than 300,000 individuals each week and are constantly expanding with more pop-up locations, mobile testing capacity, in addition to the home test collection kits that are available by mail. Hope is on the horizon with the vaccine. In just DHS alone, we've vaccinated more than 12,000 staff who are on the front lines working in our hospitals. And hospitals across the region, despite being in the midst of surge, are doing the same to make sure that this protection is available to those people working on the front lines. And this is a big step in the right direction. But until we reach a point where there is widespread availability.
All right, everyone, just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. And we do have more live events that are coming here across our desk. But right now, I do want to head on out to another live event. This is the Justice for Jacob Blake, and we are going to be listening in as we do expect to hear some more decisions after the killing of Jacob Blake here in the next few weeks.
Michael's story is a worldwide story. It's been picked up by the UK, it's been picked up in France. We've taken out full-page ads in the Washington Post. It was covered nationally by CBS National. So therefore, you got to understand that this is not the first tragic shooting here in Kenosha. There's been more. And I assure you that if you take a look, if you go to michaelbell.info, you will see how the cover-up occurred in my son's case. And the reason it occurred is because District Attorney Gravely.
Mr. Bell, can you speak to us? You say at the microphone. Tell us what is on your heart as you look around the city of Kenosha and you see all the barricades in place.
I had to live through this. I had to live through waiting for a DA to make a decision. And I can tell you right now, if that officer did anything wrong, he would have been charged already. But they've been holding out. They've been putting up barricades. They've been communicating together. And this is not going to be some decision we're going to be surprised. I'm telling you from a father who has lost a child by a police shooting that they're going to clear this officer of wrongdoing.
Mr. Bell, is Kenosha government utterly corrupt as far as the covering up themselves up?
Yes, it's not modernized. It's not moving forward like in California or like the examples in Columbus, Ohio, or what happened in Louisville. I'll tell you right now that, and I can show you communications that we've had. You can go to michaelbell.info. You'll see that the chief of police, the district attorney, and the sheriff, they intercommunicate all the time with each other. It's not independent agencies acting on themselves. They're working together as a team.
How do you want the city to react if the decision doesn't go the way you want it to?
Peaceful. But I tell you right now that I've been working with Senator Van Wanggaard, who is the majority caucus leader here in the state of Wisconsin, and he just created a package of bills, and one of them we've been working for 4 years, and that is to create a learning model like the NTSB to look at police-involved shootings, so that way we don't have to repeat this from happening again and again and again. And
go ahead. Last question. That's it? Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Right now, my name is Alvin Owens, the owner of The Collective, and where we've been meeting all summer for non-violent protesting. We usually end our protesting around about 5 or 6, hold on, Portia, around 5 or 6, and we've always worked with the local authorities to make sure that we have a safe, peaceful protest, and we actually thank them. But don't mistake why we protest. We were protesting and still will protesting for the arrest and charges to be made and the firing of Officer Shesky. So, you know, while we're all awaiting that, that was still our main goal. But we always make sure that we put safety protocols in place, and that's our main objective. The marches that have left here from the Collective, Regimen Barber Collective, we're community organizers, individuals, organizations that are all about nonviolent, peaceful protesting, like Martin. So I'm going to have Tanya McLean, who's in charge of, that's Tanya McLean, who's in charge of LOC, Leaders of Kenosha, and she's going to tell you the route. She's the organizer. From where we're starting.
Yeah, we probably won't announce the exact route because we know it's live. So we're going to start here and head west. So you'll see us, so just trail us or whatever, and then we're going to end up in Civic Park where we're going to have speakers, just a few speakers, and then we'll take the same route coming back. So Civic Park is where we're going to end up.
All right, guys, while she's giving directions about where this march is going to take place, just want to tell you about this story just in case some people don't know who Jacob Blake is. Now, cops involved with Blake's shooting were there to arrest him for violating a restraining order, and he was at the scene of where they had a restraining order for a sexual assault. So cops involved with the shooting said that this all happened on August 23rd, and Blake, the 29-year-old, was at the home of his alleged victim. Now, the officers on the scene knew he had an open warrant for felony sexual assault. This is according to dispatch records and the Kenosha Professional Police Association. The union also claimed Blake was wielding a knife at the time of his arrest. He had put one of the arresting officers in a headlock and had shrugged off 2 attempts to taser him. And state investigators have said the knife was recovered on the scene. It was found inside Blake's vehicle. And Jacob Blake was shot in the back 7 times by a Kenosha police officer, and as he had turned away from the police to try to get into his car. Now, the restraining order had stemmed from a criminal complaint, which was obtained by the Post that accused him of breaking into the home of a woman he knew, sexually assaulting her back in May. The victim goes by her initials in the paperwork, told police she was asleep when Blake had broken in at 6 a.m. And she also had reported to police that Blake used to sexually assault her in other ways. And the record states she told police the incident caused her pain and humiliation, was done without her consent, and was very humiliated and upset. Now, again, this victim had back when this had happened in May, had allegedly ran out the door after Blake. She realized her keys were missing, immediately called 911, and police then filed charges against him for felony sexual assault, trespassing, domestic abuse in July. Now, once again, this event where Blake was shot happened in August, so a couple months after that incident. And we are listening in here to the Justice for Jacob.
Keeping us abreast as to the investigation and the progress or lack of that has happened. So we have been very disheartened by that, because the community deserves to know what's about to come down the pipeline. There's people here, their lives, their businesses, their children, schools in, there's all types of things going on. So to all of us, the activists, and all of us that work together closely, we feel that would have been the right thing to do. So we don't know who's in control of that decision, but we're not happy about it, the lack of communication.
What do you have to say for those who are looking to come to Kenosha to cause violence?
Right, we're saying don't do it. Do not do that. If you come to Kenosha and you're going to practice violence, then you should be arrested. So I'm a homeowner. I'm a business owner. I don't want anybody burning down and tearing up my stuff. Nothing is resolved from that. So if those are your intentions, then you need to stay where you are. We don't have a place for that here in Kenosha. We don't support that. The last time all of that happened in August, we know that it was not our community members. We know it was outside people coming in and sowing destruction. And that is not for us, because we're left with the aftermath, and that's just not right or fair to anyone. Any more questions? Okay. So the Blakes will be here shortly, okay? Tanya, Tanya, McLean, MC, capital Lean.
And as you just heard, she did say they are expecting some of Jacob's family to be coming out here to this event. Again, Justice for Jacob Blake. And we are going to take a quick 2-minute break for some of you who are here with us on News Now from Fox.
Hey. Y'all cold. How y'all doing?
We're about to bring out Justin Blake, the uncle of Jacob Blake Jr. and Jacob Blake Sr., okay? All right, clear his path. Yes.
Happy New Year, everybody. How are you? Thank you for coming.
Before we address the crowd, before we address the media, we want to let the crowd know that Jacob Blake is here. Jacob Blake Sr. is here.
So, we thank everybody for coming today. This is our way as the Blake family, and tipping our hats to Kenosha to maintain controlling the narrative of what's been going on here in Kenosha since we've been up here the last 4, almost 5 months. We got my brother here today standing fast with us, showing solidarity. We really wanted to mention tight on a couple of things that's going on. Number one, we believe this was handled in a terrible manner, that justice could have taken place way before it got 20 and 30 below. We believe this is part of the play to push what's been perpetual systemic racism in Kenosha, the city, this county, and Wisconsin, the state. But it's a new day. It's 2021, not 2020. In 2020, we learned a lot. We were able to really analyze a lot and see where we stood. 2021 is the year that we tell the truth and get everybody to stand up and make some noise. There's a new sheriff in town. He's wearing a red, black, and green suit, and he's demanding justice for everybody that looks like little Jake. and it's going to start here in Kenosha. This is chess, not checkers. So although they're trying to use a scapegoat for the police officer and saying he was supposed to be trying to save kids that were going to get kidnapped. Well, it sounds like he had a little passion and some desire to save some kids and do right, but he did wrong instead. He fired a revolver less than a foot from the head of the children that he was supposed to be trying to save. So it's 2021, we're going to call everything what it is, just like we did when Barr made a misstatement that my nephew was committing a felony and had a weapon. It wasn't so, and that's not so. This police officer Shetsky needs to be fired, indicted, have his day in court, and convicted. And until we get that as a Blake family, we're not leaving Kenosha, Wisconsin. We have a tremendous support system here through LOC, Leaders of Kenosha, through the Collective, through all the way up to Milwaukee, and the many different organizations that have been present and are present here today. We do not want you to leave here not fully understanding that the Blake family one day will get justice. Because if you had a small or minor job in your life and you worked your way from the mail room up to an office, you know it takes a little time. So we're a patient family. We've been fighting for justice through our families for generations. Through my great-grandfather who was a Garveyite, my father on that side who was a civil rights activist that marched with King 3 times, on the other side a Pullman Porter and the Tuskegee Airmen. So we know about patience. But one thing we're not going to do is allow the United States of America, one of the richest countries in the world, to virtually jail each and every African descendant that looks like little Jake. Because if they get away with this, saying this gentleman was trying to protect the children from being kidnapped, then that means it's an open run on all African Americans around this country and around the world, because everybody follows this country. So that's why it's imperative that we get a federal look at every case that's taking place with police officers, brutality or misconduct. We as African descendants in 2021 are going to reap the benefits of our ancestors. They built this country, yet we don't lounge and bask in the liberties that everybody else does. It's unjust, it's wrong, and we're going to make that correction in 2020 through solidarity and unity with all the different organizations in this county, in this state, and around the nation. We want people to stand up and make noise tonight. We want people all over this country to get up and make some noise tonight. You should be glad you're alive. And so that's something to be grateful for. You should be glad that you're African descendant. And all the stuff that we've been through and still here, 2020 is the year to get it all correct. And we can do that by supporting little Jake and getting justice for little Jake right here in Kenosha. Is there any questions? I'm sorry.
And just a reminder, you're watching this live happening with us right here on News Now from Fox. And just so you know, Governor Tony Evers has authorized the Wisconsin National Guard in Kenosha ahead of a decision on whether charges will be filed against that police officer in the shooting of Jacob Blake.
The way he puts all his effort into his therapy and the passion, if anybody could walk again one day, it'd be my nephew. If his mind catches up to his body, not only will he walk here and run again, sis. So we're playing a game with time, hoping to manage his pain. And so please keep the prayers praying, because prayer works. And he needs all of that stuff. Is there any other question? Thank you, sis.
Rappler TV Germany.
How you doing, bro?
Fine. If the policeman is not, Mr. Shevsky doesn't get indicted, what are your plans?
Well, we're going to keep fighting. We know there's a state venue that we can take it with to be looked at. We know there's a federal venue that we can take it to examine it as well. And we're going to keep fighting. This is great things are happening in Kentucky and other states around long-term not handling their matters in the proper way. So the police officers, we understand, are fired down there, and we hope soon to be indicted.
Next question. One more question. Any for Jacob Blake Sr. You can step forward.
This is my brother, my oldest brother, Jacob Blake. His son is our nephew, little Jake.
Jacob,
Senior Aaron with Fox 6 in Milwaukee. What's your message to Kenosha today and, the days leading up to this decision coming down from the DA?
My message to Kenosha is let's stand up and make some noise.
Yes, sir.
Let's be heard around the world.
Yes, sir.
We're not going to stop in Kenosha. We're headed to D.C.
Yep.
We're headed to Nancy Pelosi's office. We're headed to whoever's going to be in charge of the Senate. Because this has got to be a federally heard for not just my son, but for everybody who's suffered police brutality. Everyone. We have to make some noise and be heard. We can't sit around anymore. We can't wait. Are they going to follow the road that Kentucky took? They're not going to charge them, then they're going to fire them? What sense does that make?
What charges would you like to see?
Attempted murder. He tried to kill my son. He didn't try to take my son down. He tried to kill my son and could have killed my grandchildren.
Yeah.
He could have killed the young lady and the child that was standing directly that angle from him, which you will see, and which his lawyers will show.
What do you think is misunderstood about the story?
I think it's clear cut. There's no misunderstanding. He shot him 7 times in his back, unjustifiably. Nobody's life was threatened. The only person's life that was threatened that day was my son, and the only person's life that was taken with it too by that young man that shot them and rode home with a bottle of water from the Kenosha police.
One more question.
Mr. Blake.
One more.
Mr. Blake, Channel 12 News in Milwaukee. They've brought in the National Guard. They've closed off roads.
They've brought in the National Guard before.
Do you think that they've already made their decision? The DA's already made their decision?
You think about it. Think about how it looks. What is the National Guard for? They're going to deliver mail? They got ice cream cones? What do you think they're here for? We're ready. We're ready.
So we thank everybody for coming. We're getting ready to march around a little small part of Kenosha. We're going to end up in Civic Park, where we got a couple of speakers. They're going to speak. We thank everybody for coming out on this beautiful day, and we thank you. It's a new year. We remember that. Maybe people were caught off guard in 2020, but now in 2021, we know the facts, we know where we stand, and we know as a community what we must do. I'm sorry, excuse us. Everybody's here in the crowd. We're getting ready to get formed up in the middle of the street, and we're going to follow the same chant.
All right, once again, you are watching this live event right here with us on NewsNOW from Fox. Just to give a background of what's going on once more here for you. Cops involved in Blake's shooting were there to arrest Blake for violating a restraining order stemming from a sexual assault claim. This is according to the New York Post. 911 call on August 23rd had alerted them Blake, who's 29 years old, was at the home of his alleged victim. Officers on the scene knew he had an open warrant for felony sex assault. And according to dispatch records, the Kenosha Professional Police Association and the union also claimed he was had a knife at the time of his arrest. He put one of the arresting officers in a headlock and shrugged off 2 attempts to taser him, it had said. And state investigators have said the knife was recovered on the scene, found inside Blake's vehicle. Now, Blake was shot in the back 7 times by Kenosha police officer Rustin Shinsky and was turned away from police as he had turned away from police to get into his car. From that injury, from those 7 shots, Jacob Blake has been left paralyzed. He is out of the hospital, though.
Hey everyone, this is Andrew Kraft. We're going to be starting the 4 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona for News Now from Fox. I want to thank everyone for watching. We're going to have a live report coming up from Austin, Texas. As you know, you've probably been hearing reports that the vaccine rollout, vaccine distribution has been kind of hampered and is slowing in some parts of the nation. And we're going to kind of get to the bottom of that and see why that is the case, find out some of the reasons for that right now. So bear with us here. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with that live report. And we want to thank everyone for watching News Now from Fox. See you in 2 minutes. All right, and there you're getting a live look in Georgia, and the president will be there later tonight for the last campaign event, really, of the Senate runoffs for Republicans. The president hasn't been there since that rally, if you remember, in Valdosta, Georgia, back, I believe, early December. So we'll be carrying that live here on News Now from Fox. The president hasn't had one of these big campaign rallies in quite some time, but we are going to carry that for you if you're interested in watching. So did want to transition now. We're going to go out to that live report there in Austin, Texas. But as you know, Texas is starting the year with a new record high for COVID-19 hospitalizations. Fox's Hunter Davis is joining us now live from Austin. With the surge in cases, it's putting a huge strain on intensive care units in the state. Isn't that right, Hunter?
Yeah, Andrew, that's exactly right. The state reporting more than 12,000 COVID-19 patients as of Sunday. This is the Texas Department of State Health Services says ICUs in several areas across the state are either full or close to it. And as the country tops more than 350,000 new cases as of Sunday, the vaccination sized. Operation Warp Speed set a goal of vaccinating 20 million Americans by January. But as we head into the first full week of 2021, CDC data shows just 4.2 million people have received the first dose, falling well below OWS's goal. The FDA now considering splitting Moderna's vaccine into half doses to make up for the shortfall. Meanwhile, a New York nurse became the first person in the United States to be fully vaccinated, receiving her second dose of Pfizer's vaccine today.
I know that we're not out of the woods yet. We don't have that herd immunity yet, but the burden feels definitely much lighter today, and I am I know that we're not out of the
U.S. health officials continue to worry of a surge in cases following the holiday season. TSA announcing today more than 343 million passengers were screened between December 31st and New Year's Day. Now, all of this comes as New York announces today that they are the fourth state in the U.S. to find the COVID-19 variant that was originally discovered in the U.K. Andrew?
Hunter, thanks so much for providing this, the live report. Just kind of about, even with the vaccine rollout underway, we are still seeing numbers of hospitalizations, numbers of cases rising. And so it's incumbent, obviously, on our local and state health officials to get more people vaccinated. So, Hunter, thanks for that live report there in Austin, Texas.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, and we are going to have a lot more reporters in the field that we're going to be talking to just in the next couple of hours here. We're going to have one in the bottom of the hour as well, just an update from the campaign trail there in Georgia, as well as from the Biden transition. Remember, Inauguration Day is only 16 days away. We'll have live special coverage here on News Now from Fox for that. And tomorrow, remember, the Georgia runoff races are being held tomorrow for the control and the makeup of the Senate. So that is quite crucial, and we'll be having some special coverage for that as well here on News Now from Fox. But before we do that, we want to take a quick commercial break and then find another great live event for you to play in this 4 o'clock hour. So stick with us here. We'll see you back in 2 minutes. All right, this is Andrew Kraft again. This was just a live look for everyone there at Capitol Hill. As you know, the 117th Congress was sworn in just yesterday, just on Sunday. So you saw some old faces, but some new faces as well. Everyone who won their election on November 3rd. So some new House members, some new senators. They were all sworn in yesterday for the start of the 117th Congress. So we'll be bringing you lots of political news. I know 2020 is over, but there are still some major political stories that we have yet to get to, especially this January. So we want to thank everyone for watching. Just here's another live look of the scene at what's going to be the president's final campaign rally before the Georgia runoffs take place tomorrow. But for now, we do want to take it out to Los Angeles. And right now, they're holding a briefing and a press conference with county health officials there in Los Angeles County about the state of the coronavirus situation there in Los Angeles. So we're going to listen into that.
Año acompaña nuevos propósitos y les pido a todos que hagamos contar. Para este primer mes, el 2021, pido que todos respeten el orden oficial de salud. Solo un mes puede ser la diferencia para la comunidad. Muchas gracias y ahora me...
And we apologize there. That is in Spanish at the moment. So once the speakers, if at all, come back to speaking English, we will take this live. Let's just wait and see if the next speaker is or will be speaking in English. Just stand by here. All right, and we're going to get out of this for now just because it is in Spanish. And here is a live look. 6th Avenue there in Midtown Manhattan, right outside the Fox News World headquarters. Christmas lights still up there. And there's Radio City Music Hall in the distance. All right, and this is Andrew Kraft once again. We did want to play out a press conference from earlier out of the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser held a press conference earlier kind of discussing the preparations being taken and the precautions in place for some large-scale protests that are expected tomorrow and the next day in Washington, D.C. Remember, January 6th will be the date that there will be that joint session of Congress between both the House and the Senate with the Vice President presiding. And ceremonially, this is customary, and Congress needs to essentially certify the electors from each state. And so that process will be taking place. There's been a lot of wrenches thrown into that process at the moment, so it's looking a little bit different this year as in cycles in the past. So there's been a lot of talk of a lot of pro-Trump supporters heading to the nation's capital, and we are hearing that the National Guard might be activated there in the nation's capital. So we're going to listen to Muriel Bowser kind of lay out all of these preparations taking place in the run-up to that.
And now, we bring you the following live press announcement from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. Our regularly scheduled program will resume following the announcement.
Good morning, I'm Muriel Bowser. Am I on? Can you hear me? Good morning, I'm Muriel Bowser, I'm Mayor of Washington, D.C. I'm joined by members of our Public Safety Committee, including Acting Chief Rob Conti of the Metropolitan Police Department. We're also joined by Deputy Chief Pamela Smith of the United States Park Police. With me as well, members of my cabinet, Dr. LaQuandra Nesbitt, who is the Director of DC Health, in Chris Rodriguez, who is the Director of DC Homeland Security. I want to wish everybody a Happy New Year and welcome. I hope everyone had a restful holiday. And today we are planning to talk to you about the district's response to COVID, as well as the district's preparations in our nation's capital this week. Let me I'll start by showing our metrics related to COVID. We have been reporting those metrics throughout the holiday season. You have noticed over those days some ups and downs in those numbers. I'm pleased to see that today the daily trace rate is lower than we've seen in several days. And you also notice our health system capacity category, public health system capacity category, as well as community engagement. We have been spending quite a bit of time talking to our residents on various platforms about the importance of answering the call for DC Health. When our contact tracers are reaching out to you, it's very important that you answer to the call and follow the instructions that they provide. We remain in a very critical time with this virus, so following all of DC Health's guidance and advice will continue to be important. We also are in the process of our vaccine distribution. We have spent, and we're very happy to say that our system is working to get the vaccine out to our prioritized communities. So I want you to continue to follow at coronavirus.dc.gov when it's your turn, and be prepared to get the vaccine. Almost 17,000 people have been vaccinated with their first dose. The district has received just over 40,000 doses, and additional doses become available each week. We want to point out that we have started weekly reporting of this vaccine distribution. It's not fully activated as yet, as those numbers represent about 58% of our vaccinators reporting. So as we begin this process, just bear in mind that it's getting fully rolled out, and those numbers will change. Again, that's available at vaccinate.dc.gov. I also want to be real clear about our portal, and Dr. Nesbitt can say more. This is helping us with our first group of people who are eligible for the vaccine in the district. Those are people who work in healthcare settings in DC. If you work in a healthcare setting in DC, you can go to vaccinate.dc.gov to schedule an appointment for your vaccine. Those people include acute care hospital workers, workers in specialty care hospitals, long-term care facilities, intermediate care facilities, emergency medical services, frontline public health settings, home health aides, outpatient settings, dental settings, and pharmacy settings. So that's a lot of people who work in healthcare who can go to vaccinate.dc.gov to set up their appointment. DC Health, of course, is also very focused, and we get this question a lot, and I want you to pay close attention to the word target dates for vaccinations, because this is how we expect these groups to roll out, but this is subject to change, both earlier and later. So these are the targets that DC Health is setting up right now. The week of January 11th, we hope to open the vaccinate.dc.gov scheduling system to DC residents who are 65 and older. By the week of January 25th, we are aiming to open to specific categories of essential workers, including public safety workers, grocery store workers, workers in pre-K through 12 educational settings, and child care settings. In the week of February 1, we're aiming to open to DC residents with chronic medical conditions and other essential workers. So remember, these are target dates. We would be prepared to turn them on sooner or later, depending on what DC Health needs to get done. Let me also just say a few more things about the vaccination. There are currently 2 approved vaccines, but we are encouraging Washingtonians to take the first vaccine that becomes available to you. There are a couple of differences that DC Health will over. Both vaccines require a second dosage, either 21 days later or 28 days later. Finally, we want to remind everybody to continue to follow good health guidelines to prevent yourself from being exposed to the virus, and also know, and you will be reminded of this at the time of vaccination, that it takes some time after your second dose for the vaccine to build up. And that's all I'll say about that, because Dr. Nesbitt will talk about that. Now let me move to public safety updates. And I want to be clear. We know in Washington that as our nation's capital, we have a lot of experience with people coming here to protest and directly grieve the federal government. And we expect that activity this week as well. And we are urging DC residents, people from around the region, to avoid the downtown area, and especially avoid people who are coming here to look for confrontations, particularly physical confrontations. So we're asking you to avoid the area that we will set up a traffic box around on January 5th and January 6th. Of course, people are allowed to come into our city to participate in First Amendment activities, and they will be mindful of the laws of the District of Columbia. We will not allow people to incite violence, intimidate our residents, or cause destruction in our city. So again, we're asking DC residents and people who live in the region to avoid confrontations with anybody who's looking for a fight. And the best way to do that is to avoid the area. Here I'm going to turn now to Director Rodriguez to talk a little bit about what we know about planned activity. Chief Conti will also talk about MPD's preparedness. Director Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Over the last week or so, we have been, as a district government under the mayor's direction, been coordinating with the federal government, with our federal partners who are here today, particularly the Park Police, and making sure that we're sharing information. We are mobilizing all of our efforts to ensure safe and secure First Amendment demonstrations. The Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency has been working very closely with the Metropolitan Police Department and Chief Conti and his team. At the mayor's direction, the Emergency Operations Center was stood up this morning at 8 a.m. to begin monitoring the security environment in the district and sharing information and filling any resource requests that our public safety agencies might need. About an hour ago, Chief Conti, myself, briefed the council on our preparations for the events coming up in the next few days. And today we will also have a community call with the Mayor's Office of Religious Affairs, religious leaders across the city, the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, and also talking to the bids, particularly the ones downtown, that are going to be potentially impacted by the demonstrations that are occurring over the next couple of days. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Chief Conti.
Good morning, everyone. In addition to what Director Rodriguez has talked about, several points we want to make. First and foremost, we initiated the placing of signage throughout the downtown area, specifically the demonstration area, just notifying the public that firearms are not permitted. I repeat, firearms are not permitted. In the demonstration area, there are signs that are posted. Anyone in violation of the posted signs, anyone in violation of District of Columbia law will be arrested. So I want to be very clear about that, because we have received some information that there are individuals intent on bringing firearms into our city, and that's just will not be tolerated. In addition to what the mayor has already said, under the mayor's direction, we have reached out to the DC National Guard, and we have received confirmation that the DC National Guard will be assisting the Metropolitan Police Department beginning tomorrow through the event, throughout the life cycle of this event. They will be here. They will be deployed to assist us with crowd management as well as traffic control in our nation's capital. That will allow for the police officers to focus on anyone who's intent on instigating, agitating, or participating in violence in our city. Again, unacceptable, and we will not tolerate that. So the National Guard will be assisting us in our efforts as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. And next, I just want to make everybody aware of the emergency no parking restrictions that will be in place in the perimeter around the demonstration areas. So please check before you travel, so you will know how to detour around this area to get to all of the things and you will want to do over those several days. You may also register for important alerts from the district by signing up for alertdc.gov. So with that, we will take your questions. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
On the vaccine website, it says about 36% of vaccine appointments are booked from those healthcare providers reporting. I wonder what you're hearing from these healthcare settings about people booking appointments. Is vaccine hesitancy a concern? Are workers just busy responding to COVID? Can you just provide more insight into that?
So I missed the very first sentence you said.
Sure. I'm seeing it's like 36% of vaccine appointments are booked, right?
I got it. So your question is that there are many opportunities for people to make appointments. Okay, Dr. Nesbitt?
Sure. So thank you for the question, and it's a great opportunity for us to highlight and differentiate the different settings and environments and opportunities for our phase 1 population to be vaccinated in the District of Columbia. You'll recall that when we launched the program, the COVID-19 vaccination program in the District of Columbia the week of December 14th, we began with our acute care settings, which was within our health system. So all of our large health systems and hospitals in the District of Columbia began vaccinating their workforce. And we also had a partnership with Kaiser to begin to vaccinate some public health frontline workers and our emergency medical services providers. So that's a population or an infrastructure that has been vaccinating people who work in hospitals, inpatient psychiatric environments, and their network. So they do not schedule for those appointments through vaccinate.dc.gov. There's a second partnership, what we call the long-term care partnership, that was activated the following week once we received notification from Virginia and Maryland that we would be receiving additional doses of vaccine, that will partner with both CVS and Walgreens to allow for vaccination of residents in long-term care facilities as well as staff of long-term care facilities to be vaccinated. They do not have to schedule through vaccinate.dc.gov as well. So they can schedule, they can be vaccinated. Those long-term care workers can be vaccinated on site in the facility that they work in when those clinics began. Those clinics have not really began in earnest. They haven't ramped up. That will begin this week. To date, 1 or 2 have began, and about 100 residents and staff of long-term care facilities have been vaccinated through that long-term care partnership. Vaccinate.dc.gov, where about 36% of appointments. So there's lots of opportunity for healthcare workers in phase 1A. So all of those folks that we're talking about, people who work in acute care hospitals, specialty care hospitals, long-term care facilities, we really want them to be vaccinated through their hospital. So if you work at GW, Howard University Hospital, United Medical Center, Bridgepoint, you can be vaccinated in those environments. If you're in private practice, if you're a dentist, if you're a pharmacist, if you're a speech and language pathologist who works in an outpatient environment, if you're a physical therapist who works in an outpatient environment, we're really, in home health aides, we're really targeting for you to go to these pharmacists, to these federally qualified health centers whose appointments are scheduled in vaccinate.dc.gov. So to fully appreciate and understand why 64% of those appointments are not scheduled, we think that it may be a function of people really not knowing that these opportunities are out there. I sent a letter last week to all of the licensed health professionals in the District of Columbia, tens of thousands of people who have been asking and wanting to know how to be vaccinated. We were working with a lot of their trade associations, organizations that they're members of. They had made lots of inquiry to us, and we were pushing information out. But we made sure that any address that they had on file with us that they used to get their medical license, we pushed out that information to them very aggressively last week. We'll do it again, so they make sure that they know about vaccinate.dc.gov. We'd appreciate your assistance in pushing out this information to them so they know that those appointments are available, because we really want them to fill up those 64% of appointments that are available. So that's really the target audience for them. It's really too soon to say that vaccine hesitancy in that population is the reason why they're not getting vaccinated. We think that maybe last week they did what a lot of people did. They took some time off from checking email. They took some time off from working and weren't paying attention to the flow of information. So we could really use a full court press to get people aware of vaccinate.dc.gov as a way for healthcare workers in the District of Columbia to schedule appointments and fill up all those slots.
Mark?
Staying with the vaccines, if we could,
Sure.
I'm wondering, one, do the vaccines expire? Is there any danger that since people aren't taking them and you have some around that they might expire, go unused? Is that a concern at all?
Sure, it's an excellent question, Mark. So all vaccines expire, whether we're talking about COVID-19 or the varicella vaccine or influenza vaccines, all vaccines and all medications expire. What is particularly of note with the COVID-19 vaccines is that the 2 vaccines that have been approved to date are what we call mRNA vaccines, and they have very specific storage requirements. And so you have to keep them stored at very specific temperatures. So the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine has one set of storage and handling requirements, and the Moderna vaccine has another. So you have a certain number of days that the vaccine, once it is removed from its very cold, like frozen temperatures, that once you thaw it, it has to be used within a certain period of time. And once it is completely so if you move it from the sub-zero Arctic temperatures to refrigerator, you have a certain period of time that you can use it. And once it's thawed, you have a certain number of hours by which you can use it. So that's really what we're talking about when you hear wastage of vaccine. We have given all of our providers very clear instructions that once a vial of vaccine has been removed from the refrigerator and it has been thawed and you have a number of hours to use it, is that any person who is available to be vaccinated should be vaccinated. So even though we're in phase 1A, if you have a healthcare facility where you have other essential workers who are around and can be vaccinated that day, you should vaccinate those essential workers in lieu of wasting vaccine. If you are a healthcare facility that has patients around who could be vaccinated that day, you should vaccinate those patients in lieu of wasting vaccine. So our goal is to have minimal wastage of vaccine, and if there are people who are available at the end of the day to be vaccinated, then you should vaccinate them. Many of our hospitals and health systems have on-call lists of employees.
All right, well, there we've been listening for about the last 20 minutes to D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser. Pretty interesting. A lot of local and state officials are really trying to contend with these extra doses of the vaccine that they need to administer. And there you heard from those health officials that if there are, vials left over that need to be, handed out, those essential workers can be inoculated if there are extra doses. They don't have to essentially, wait in line for other people that are, presumably ahead of them in the line to get the vaccine. So yeah, we'll be watching all of that here on News Now from Fox and seeing how these state and local health officials are trying to prevent, vaccines not going to where they should be. So just an interesting angle on the vaccine story as it's unfolding at the moment. I'm Andrew Kraft. It's about the bottom of the hour here, 4 o'clock in Phoenix, Arizona on News Now from Fox. We do have a live event, a live report that we want to get to out of Georgia at the moment. I'm being joined by Fox's Madeline Rivera. She's going to give us the latest on what's going on with Joe Biden, the president-elect. Maddie, he was in Georgia today, isn't that right?
Hey, Andrew. Yes, I've been following President-elect Joe Biden, who made his second trip to Georgia within the last few weeks here today. And it was his closing pitch for the two Democratic candidates for those crucial Senate runoffs in the state. Biden campaigned on behalf of Jon Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock, saying that the fate of his legislative agenda and the rest of the country really rests on what happens here in Georgia tomorrow. So he emphasized that in order to get things done, the Democrats must gain control of the Senate, which is why everyone's paying attention to what's happening in Georgia right now. And he says he can get his legislative agenda achieved, and he can also deliver on those $2,000 stimulus checks if the Democrats gain control of the Senate. And that's why he was making that point today that Georgians should go out and vote, because they're really voting for themselves and the rest of the country when they go out tomorrow. Andrew.
And Madeline, obviously, the big story that broke yesterday is this phone call that President Trump had with the Secretary of State there in Georgia and a lawyer for the Secretary of State's office. So, what has the Biden team, if at all, have they mentioned this? Have they brought this up? And have the Democratic Senate candidates brought this up? I'm sure they were asked about this today, Ossoff and Warnock. What can you tell us about that on that front?
Yes, they have. Ossoff and Warnock both addressed it today. In fact, Warnock, during one of his campaign speeches earlier this afternoon, said, have you heard about what happened with that phone call? But it was interesting. He didn't want Georgians to focus on what happened on that phone call. He said what's really important is the Senate runoffs and what will happen there, because regardless of, that phone call, Trump will eventually have to leave the White House. So he says the most important thing that Georgians can do right now to make a difference is to actually go out and vote and not get distracted by this phone call that Trump had with Georgia's Secretary of State. So, yeah, it was interesting to hear that from Warnock, kind of an interesting take on that, Andrew.
And Madeline, I was kind of curious as well, now that the holidays are over, we're in January, the inauguration is just 16 days away, but we have this big day on Wednesday, the 6th, in which, Congress essentially needs to certify the electors from the states. What is the Biden team's response to a lot of these efforts right now from, Senate Republicans and the president himself about, throwing a wrench into that process? Usually this process is meant to just be ceremonial and procedural, but, are Biden and Harris, are they talking about this? Is the transition concerned about this effort at the moment?
The Republican Party for basically, not thinking for themselves and following Trump's path here. And that's really one of his big criticisms when it comes to some members of the Republican Party. But Biden's team has always said, regardless of, any of the things that Republicans might do, regardless of the opposition that they might face from some Senate Republicans, they still have enough votes, and regardless of what will happen, Biden will be inaugurated on January 20th. So, they are kind of just brushing it to the side, saying that the Electoral College has spoken, and on Wednesday, the Congress, with the exception of those Senate Republicans who are going to vote, as well as those House Republicans who are going to oppose the results of the Electoral College, they're going to certify, Congress is going to end up certifying the results anyway. So, they are looking forward to that, saying that no matter what sort of opposition that they might face, you can't really change the outcome. Biden will be the next president of the United States come January 20th. Andrew.
And Madeline, once the runoffs are over, what does the president-elect have on his plate, going into this week? There are still some cabinet positions that need to be announced. What can we expect this week going forward?
Yeah, we're expecting that he will make more cabinet announcement. He's still got a few positions to announce. Obviously, a lot of eyes are on the attorney general position, so we'll keep our eyes out for that. So that's what we're expecting to see. I mean, we haven't really gotten a lot of guidance from the transition team yet. They haven't, said for sure that there will be some sort of announcement this week. But regardless, there are still some positions that need to be filled. So we can imagine that they're going to get filled out within the next few days, few weeks. Andrew.
All right, Fox's Madeline Rivera there live for us in Georgia, which is shaping up to be quite the news week in this first week of 2021. Thanks so much, Maddie.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank everyone for watching News Now from Fox at this moment today on this Monday. Hope you had a, just a great holiday, the Christmas holiday, if you celebrate the new year. So I know us here at News Now, we're roaring to go with all these stories that we want to bring you live, raw, and unfiltered. And at the moment, we're going to go out now. We were listening to D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, but we want to show you right now, this is the Marine One departure. The president is headed to Georgia for that rally. You can see kind of Marine One. He just went up the steps there. Usually we love to show these arrivals and departures, no matter your political affiliation. Watching Air Force One take off and land is quite the sight. So obviously it's nighttime on the grounds of the White House. And this is Andrew Kraft again. So we're just waiting for President Trump to exit Marine One to board the steps of Air Force One. And there is the president at the moment. And just for our viewers, this is what we refer to in the industry as tape playback. This is not live. The press pool works very, very quickly to turn this around after the fact. So this happened just moments ago, and we were being told as well that the president did stop and speak with the press pool, with reporters there. So we're going to take that and let's just listen into some of the natural sound that we have right now. All right, and that was just a very, very quick snapshot there of President Trump with his daughter and senior advisor Ivanka leaving for that rally in Dalton, Georgia later tonight. So we will be carrying that event live here on NewsNOW from Fox. We also have just a presidential tweet at the moment that he tweeted just moments ago. Heading to Georgia now. See you soon. So most of the political world and all of the political reporters' eyes are focused on Georgia at the moment. Those two Senate runoff races between Senator Kelly Loeffler and Reverend Raphael Warnock and Jon Ossoff and Senator David Perdue. Remember, if Republicans keep those two seats, they will maintain the majority in the Senate. But if Ossoff and Warnock somehow eke out a victory, there will be a 50-50 split in the Senate. And so, as you know, the vice president is the tiebreaker for any legislation that does get down to the wire there. So that will ultimately be Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. So at the moment, and we do have just a better shot now of Air Force One. The president obviously already on the plane, but we'll watch it take off. As I mentioned earlier, it's just no matter your political affiliation, a very, very cool sight to see, especially for the viewers watching. The president was last in Georgia on December 5th for his rally in Valdosta there for the same reason, to drum up support for these Republican candidates, Senators Loeffler and Perdue. And just just a day before the runoff election, he'll be there again. And so even at nighttime, it's still very cool watching Air Force One take off from Andrews Air Force Base. I did say something earlier. I believe I had initially thought the president stopped and spoke to the press pool, the reporters. I don't believe he did, so we're not going to have any responses or questions thrown at the president. So we will not be taking that since it did not happen. But here's Air Force One taking off right now at the moment for the rally in Georgia. All right, and this is Andrew Kraft. Once again, we want to thank everyone for watching News Now from Fox. And once again, that rally in Dalton, Georgia, that the president will be hosting, that starts at 9 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. here Mountain Time in Phoenix, Arizona. It's almost, it's about 10 to 5 local time, and we are going to be transitioning soon. Daytona Everett will be taking over. At this point in time, we do want to go back to Washington, D.C., with Muriel Bowser, the mayor there, and she was kind of giving an update on the preparations in place for these protests that will be happening in the nation's capital tomorrow and Wednesday ahead of this certification and this joint session of Congress on the 6th. She's also been talking about vaccine rollout and the progress with that in the nation's capital. Before we do all that, we want to take a quick commercial break. See you back here in 2 minutes, and we'll go right to Muriel Bowser in D.C.
In the District of Columbia, tens of thousands of people who have been asking and wanting to know how to be vaccinated. We were working with a lot of their trade associations, organizations that they're members of. They had made lots of inquiry to us, and we were pushing information out. But we made sure that any address that they had on file with us that they used to get their medical license, we pushed out that information to them very aggressively last week. We'll do it again, so they make sure that they know about vaccinate.dc.gov. We'd appreciate your assistance and pushing out this information to them so they know that those appointments are available, because we really want them to fill up those 64% of appointments that are available. So that's really the target audience for them. It's really too soon to say that vaccine hesitancy in that population is the reason why they're not getting vaccinated. We think that maybe last week they did what a lot of people did. They took some time off from checking email, they took some time off from working, and weren't paying attention to the flow of information. So we could really use a full court press to get people aware of vaccinate.dc.gov as a way for healthcare workers in the District of Columbia to schedule appointments and fill up all those slots.
Mark?
Staying with the vaccines, if we could,
Sure.
I'm wondering, one, do the vaccines expire? Is there any danger that since people aren't taking them and you have some around that they might expire, go unused? Is that a concern at all?
Sure, it's an excellent question, Mark. So all vaccines expire, whether we're talking about COVID-19 or the varicella vaccine or influenza vaccines, all vaccines and all medications expire. What is particularly of note with the COVID-19 vaccines is that the two vaccines that have been approved to date are what we call mRNA vaccines, and they have very specific storage requirements. And so you have to keep them stored at very specific temperatures. So the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine has one set of storage and handling requirements, and the Moderna vaccine has another. So you have a certain number of days that the vaccine, once it is removed from its very cold, like frozen temperatures, that once you thaw it, it has to be used within a certain period of time. And once it is completely if you move it from the sub-zero Arctic temperatures to refrigerator, you have a certain period of time that you can use it. And once it's thawed, you have a certain number of hours by which you can use it. So that's really what we're talking about when you hear wastage of vaccine. We have given all of our providers very clear instructions that once a vial of vaccine has been removed from the refrigerator and it has been thawed and you have a number of hours to use it, is that any person who is available to be vaccinated should be vaccinated. So even though we're in phase 1A, if you have a healthcare facility where you have other essential workers who are around and can be vaccinated that day, you should vaccinate those essential workers in lieu of wasting vaccine. If you are a healthcare facility that has patients around who could be vaccinated that day, you should vaccinate those patients in lieu of wasting vaccine. So our goal is to have minimal wastage of vaccine, and if there are people who are available at the end of the day to be vaccinated, then you should vaccinate them. Many of our hospitals and health systems have on-call list of employees who will come in to be vaccinated in order to prevent wastage.
Has there been any wastage that you're aware of so far?
So I will be reviewing that data. We require all of our providers to report wastage data to us. But as the mayor reported, we have about 60% of providers who are actively using our immunization information system appropriately. But we are required to have wastage reported to us, and we are required to report wastage to the federal government.
And so has any been reported?
I have not noticed a significant documentation of wastage, but that is a data element that is required to be reported to us.
And then another question about the way the system is working. It appears to be completely on the honor system. People anecdotally that I have talked to who have received the vaccine have not been required to present anything other than the barcode when they arrive, not ID, not proof of insurance, not proof that they are in 1A, despite that it says that they should bring that with them. And I'm just wondering, why that is. We've seen in other jurisdictions where there actually have been problems with people sharing the barcodes, and I'm wondering if that's just a product of we're early in the system and you'll get there, or why so far people are not being asked for any documentation.
Sure. So we leave it to the discretion of the vaccinating provider in terms of validating identification. They also have the responsibility of billing for the procedures. So how they choose to validate an individual's identity is at their discretion as the billing provider. But in order to register for the appointment, an individual is asked to provide information. And they do have a point where they do document that everything that they have entered is correct. So they are asked to enter information that declares that they are in fact appropriate for whatever level we are at that time. Right now we're in phase 1 with healthcare workers, so they provide information in the system that confirms that they meet that priority group's criteria. And that is what releases to them a barcode. If they give that barcode to someone else to be vaccinated in lieu of themselves, they are in fact, could be at some point, because insurance information is being accepted or requested or used to process that claim, there's a whole other set of issues that could ensue for them. Sam?
Dr. Nesbitt, I'm kind of confused about Walgreens, CVS, and vaccinate.com. Is it all the same thing, or can you explain the difference there?
Wonderful, Sam. Fantastic question. There's a lot of different jurisdictions have used different approaches. To date, the District of Columbia has relied heavily on our existing healthcare infrastructure and existing healthcare resources to vaccinate our population. The federal government entered into a partnership, what they refer to as a long-term care partnership, to vaccinate residents and workers in long-term care settings, which includes skilled nursing facilities and assisted living residences. That partnership in our region includes CVS and Walgreens pharmacies. So pharmacists and appropriate healthcare personnel, which could include pharmacy technicians and pharmacy interns, pursuant to their regulatory authority and scope of practice, can vaccinate individuals in long-term care facilities. If a jurisdiction activates that partnership, which the District of Columbia did do, and long-term care facilities opt to participate in that long-term care partnership within their jurisdiction, which all of our long-term care facilities did. So the staff at the CVS and Walgreens will actually physically go to those sites. So the residents and the staff do not have to actually go to a CVS and Walgreens pharmacy. So they take all of the materials, the vaccine goes to the facility, and they're vaccinated on site. So it creates a tremendous convenience for the staff, and it allows all of the residents, many of them who have mobility issues and challenges, to be vaccinated in effectively what is their home. They don't have to do an appointment. They don't have to schedule an appointment. Those clinics are scheduled, and their follow-up second dose vaccines will be scheduled as well. The vaccinate.dc.gov system is something that we created in the district as a means of creating community access points, beginning with our phase 1A group. And we partnered with many of our community health centers and our pharmacies that are not engaged in the federal partnership, which at this point includes our Safeway and Giant pharmacies, can expand to include other retail pharmacy locations, including independent pharmacies. And our community health centers gives us coverage across all 8 wards. So when someone, right now it's including our healthcare workers, goes to this website, they're able to look for an appointment time that is convenient for them, as well as a location that is convenient for them to be vaccinated. So we're not creating a competition between CVS and Walgreens that's obligated already in terms of resources and time to our long-term care facilities, and we're using the capacity of pharmacists who are trained and have this credential to be able to vaccinate, as well as our community health centers, which give us great geographic coverage and access points across the city to be able to provide COVID-19 vaccination.
But a member of the public that just wants to get vaccinated, that falls into one of these categories, should call should go to vaccinate.dc.gov, not to CVS or Walgreens.
Yes, that's correct. If they go to vaccinate.dc.gov, do not call the pharmacy directly. Go through the website. And as we move through the different phases, the website will still be your portal of entry.
Yes. Dr. Nesbitt, do you have any message to the community or any response to people seeing a report that a DC man who is not within the 1A phase category was able to get a Moderna vaccine just because they happened to be standing in line and the person administering it didn't want it to go to waste?
I don't. I think you already heard, Stephanie, the guidance to DC Health about what the vaccinators are instructed to do. If
someone didn't show up for an appointment, for example, and that vaccine needs to be used.
But is there a concern now that people might be hanging around hoping that that might be the case for them as well?
I mean, I don't know that we've seen any evidence of that,
Okay.
but I think that you can see from the discussion that when we're scheduling appointments, there will sometimes be, for a lot of reasons, people who miss an appointment. And if the instruction from the health department is to the vaccinators to use that appropriately, then I think that's where we are with how we have to schedule right now.
Just two more on the vaccine conversation. Jurisdictions in our area have been reported concerns about people sharing personal links to sign up for the vaccine. Are you seeing that in the district, that issue? And then also, we are a few weeks from the start of the Christmas holiday travel. Have you guys seen any patterns that you can describe for us today?
Sure. To your first question, of course, every jurisdiction is going to see people sharing links, right? People share links to everything. When I was younger, and I wanted to go to some event, and there was a discount code, people shared that discount code. So I wouldn't anticipate that people aren't going to share information about this is how you sign up to get vaccinated, to see if people can break the code or break the system. What we're asking people to do is for our systems to work efficiently and to work effectively, is to allow for the systems that we have developed to be only used for those that we're asking to access the system at the time. If people rush to use this portal who are not healthcare workers, it will create a difficult time for our healthcare workers, who are our phase 1A population, from being able to use the system as it is designed. Similarly, when we move to another part of the phase 1 next week, as we hope to, for individuals who are over age 65, if people who are 27 years old try to use the system, it can create a challenge for that population as well. So our systems are designed to be used by the individuals who we are asking to use them at that particular time. And as we have done throughout the management of this pandemic, we have asked for our DC residents to do what they always do, to be in this with us together, to be collaborative as a community, and to allow for us to design a system that puts those who are at greatest risk for illness and disease and death to be served first in our community. So while you can get access to the system and you can get access to any referral codes that we may create, it may disadvantage someone else who may have a harder time with COVID-19.
Yes, I'll come back on this side after everybody has a chance. Yes.
All right.
Julie.
I have two more vaccine questions. This is all very helpful. That 58% that's currently reporting in the vaccine system, how much they're distributing the vaccine, do you have plans to connect with more of the distributors and increase that number?
Oh, absolutely, Julie. This is another excellent question. This is a fun day. Part of what is transpiring here is we have what's called the District of Columbia Immunization Information System that we were planning to transition. And this immunization information system was largely used by people who provided vaccination services to children or individuals under 18. And we have always aspired to, at DC Health, really have this system become far more robust and have more information about adult immunizations, including adults who receive the annual influenza vaccine, information around hepatitis B and hepatitis A vaccines. So a much more rich repository of vaccination information. While COVID-19 has presented a number of challenges for our community, this has created an opportunity for us to expand how our immunization information systems have been utilized. So as we were upgrading our immunization information system, it has allowed us to connect more pharmacies to our network. Now, pharmacies in the District of Columbia have historically vaccinated adults. They have not historically vaccinated children. Now, what that means is that many of them were not already connected to our immunization information system. So they're sort of getting their sea legs in terms of how to use the system, how to report information, what all of the fields are that need to be reported, the importance of reporting 100% of the information 100% of the time. So we're really coaching them through the process. So we anticipate that the first few weeks and maybe the first couple of months will be a tremendous opportunity for technical assistance and guidance. So that's what we're doing with a lot of the providers who may be vaccinating a newer population for the first time. Two, maybe using the immunization information system more aggressively and judiciously for the first time, or three, maybe new vaccine providers overall for the first time.
Thank you. And this group that's listed here as a target date for February 1st, DC residents with chronic medical conditions and other essential workers. Can you tell us more about what sort of chronic conditions are you talking about? What sort of essential workers are included in that February group?
Sure. I spent 2 Saturdays in a row with the listening in and attending to the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices meetings. The deliberations the weekend of December 19th and December 20th, spent a lot of time helping to delineate what the essential workers population included, and also spent some time speaking more directly about the risk of COVID-19, morbidity and mortality, and long-term consequences of COVID-19 for individuals with chronic medical conditions. So what we have been able to do is understand in a more comprehensive way the difference between frontline essential workers and other essential workers. So you'll notice that the week of January 25th, we started to prioritize those we consider to be frontline essential workers who in certain jurisdictions where seroprevalence studies were conducted had much higher rates of antibodies present than other essential workers. So we've been able to do that delineation. In terms of chronic medical conditions, we anticipate that there may be even more data available, but there is some evidence now in terms of which chronic health conditions have a higher risk of hospitalization and death than others. So we may mirror that list, or depending on what the rate of uptake in our vaccine allocation may be, we may just allow for a broader more flexibility in terms of chronic medical conditions, but we'll make that decision as we get closer to the February 1st date, Julie.
So we don't know right now
Correct.
What sort of essential workers are included on
We
that
do
list.
know in terms of essential workers, it's listed there, January 25th versus February 1st. But in terms of having to further differentiate for chronic medical conditions, we'll make a decision as we get closer to that February 1st date.
Okay, I'm sorry, I see the list for January 25th. Where would I find the February 1st?
It's all the others, essential workers.
Got
yes.
it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Tom?
Thank you, Mayor. Both you and Dr. Nesbitt have addressed those people who are reluctant to take any of the vaccines. In this early stage, what kind of experience have you had with severe reactions to the vaccines in Washington, if any?
Sure. So we have not had any information reported to us by healthcare providers. I am meeting with scheduling a meeting tomorrow morning with hospital leaderships and their clinical leads to be able to get anything that they are seeing in terms of trends, but nothing has been reported to us that would rise to the level of concern at this point. That would not be anticipated or expected. Now, what do I mean by that? As you all know, I was vaccinated. That beginning that evening, I had some soreness at the injection site that lasted for about 1 to 2 days. I did enroll in VSafe, which is the CDC's monitoring program. They checked in on me daily for the first week, and now they check in on me weekly. Saturday, I received my email that reminded me that if I had not already done so, I should be scheduling my appointment for my second dose, which is scheduled for this Wednesday. So, and it asked me a series of questions in terms of if I'm experiencing anything, including the injection site soreness, if I have any other symptoms, if I've had to seek medical attention for my symptoms, and if whether or not I have been diagnosed with COVID-19. So there are lots of things that are in place that help to pick up these types of things, and it asks you to take action if I were to answer affirmatively to any of those questions, and reminds me that I may be contacted by the CDC at any point in time, depending on my responses. And all of us who get vaccinated get that sheet to sign up via, and you could scan a QR code, or you could just visit the website directly.
Okay, Mark.
3 quick questions to follow up on the COVID. One, when we get into these other groups, will you still be vaccinating non-DC residents when you get to people over 65, essential workers, people like that? Are you still doing DC and Virginia and Maryland residents?
Excellent question. We will only continue with the non-DC residents for workers. When we are in the populations who are 65 years and older, chronic medical conditions, we will need to be more restrictive to DC residents because of the way the allocations will be structured. But for workers, in worker categories, the essential workers, public safety workers, grocery store workers, pre-K through 12 educational settings and childcare settings, we will be open to those who are to Maryland and DC residents. I should caveat that with, we get a lot of requests from businesses and organizations to vaccinate their employees. All of those employees are not essential employees, so it would be very difficult for the district to vaccinate those entire workforces because they are not essential. That would be more things that we could potentially entertain in phases 2 and phase 3 when there is more vaccine available nationally for the district to access. But at this point, we really need to be focused on how we're managing the essential worker workforce. And our reason for doing that is, again, we're sticking to this criteria that assesses risk, and it's based on the risk of acquiring infection, the risk of morbidity and mortality, the risk of spreading infection, and societal impact. And we really believe that sticking to workers who are district residents only will not have the right kind of outcome for us from a societal impact perspective. If you think about our congregate settings and you think about our healthcare facilities, if we only vaccinated the workers in those environments who are DC residents, it would not have the right kind of positive impact on the DC residents who receive care and services in those environments.
And to follow up on that, so teachers would be included, Maryland and Virginia residents who are teachers would be included. And I'm just wondering, as to teachers, I think you have them listed as January 25th. Does that give you enough time to vaccinate teachers before they're due to show up in the classroom on, some of them at least, on February, I believe, 2nd?
So it's a wonderful...
Yeah, but the 2 aren't linked.
Thank you. That's my answer. That's exactly the answer that I was going for. So it's
regardless of where, let me just say this, regardless of where we are, that's not linked to any phase of school reopening.
Yes. And it's critically important for people to remember as we're doing this, and we had a conversation at DC Health this morning that we're giving you data right now about the number of doses and the number of doses administered, but in public health, we talk about vaccine coverage. And I know many of you have heard us talk about the percent of the population that needs to be vaccinated in order for us to achieve herd immunity, et cetera. That's vaccine coverage. So, you know, none of these things that we're talking about has really given you insight into vaccine coverage. So it's critically important that everybody be reminded that we can open schools with the social distancing and other mitigation factors that we have in place now. And we've got tons of guidelines for tons of sectors that can operate with social distancing measures in place. So that's the type of thing that people need to be reminded about. Vaccination and the road that we are on and this trip that we are taking with vaccination gets us to a place where we have coverage that eventually helps us to achieve herd immunity in this pandemic. But we're not at a place where we need to be thinking in these very sort of linear ways that one activity cannot be restarted or something cannot be reopened until we have vaccination coverage rates in a certain population or a certain segment of the population. I would think it very dangerous for us to start thinking that way.
Before you, 1 second, can you go back to the dates? And I just want DC. So when should the various categories expect to go to vaccinate.dc.gov to start their appointments?
So the date listed is when the vaccinate.dc.gov portal would be open and accessible
to them. So yes, for those who are 65 and older who want to sign up we're asking you to go on when we announce that it's open, and it looks like it is going to be one date next week.
And then my last question is about tent enforcement, and I'm just wondering what you
I'm sorry? Enforcement?
The outdoor dining enforcement, I'm sorry. Anecdotally, at least, I'm driving around this weekend and even coming here this morning, I see restaurants that are serving what appears to be in tents and patios that have more than 2 flaps, that seem to be in violation of the mayor's restrictions on indoor dining. And I'm just wondering what kind of enforcement you've seen, if you've seen this, or what anybody can tell us about enforcement around the outdoor dining.
I don't know that we have that available this morning, but we can get back to you on that. Okay, is anybody not asked the question who wants to ask? Okay, I'm gonna take another swoop around this way, and also if you have public safety questions, now is the time. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. An A&C person just texted me and wanted to know, are homeless people being vaccinated, the people in the city, the homeless population? Can you give me any insight on that?
Yes, so I can address 3 settings with that one question that I think may be of interest. So we have opted to work specifically with the Department of Human Services, Department of Corrections, and Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services outside of the vaccinate.dc.gov system and not require individuals experiencing homelessness and individuals who live in congregate settings that are not long-term care facilities to schedule appointments. But working with those 3 agencies to set up separate vaccination clinics and opportunities for those populations.
Yes, it says it's voluntary.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So a person who is homeless can make the choice to take the vaccine. A person who is at DC jail can make a choice. It's voluntary. And just so you know, that's what it says. Yes.
I'm going to take my mask off. This is for Chief Conte. Welcome to the news conferences, Chief.
Thank you.
According to your briefing with the DC Council this morning, you're expecting a larger Trump crowd than previous demonstrations. The district has not issued any permits, only the National Park Service has issued permits. And you told the council you expect that Black Lives Matter placards will be targeted again, and you're going to station police at downtown churches and other vulnerable areas. Have you gotten any indication at all that the President of the United States, who's encouraging all of this, is going to be on the streets of Washington Wednesday?
Thank you for the
correct me, Chief, if I've misstated your briefing.
Yeah, so a couple of things. So with respect to the churches, we will be increasing our visibility around the churches in the area. Obviously, these situations are very fluid when on game day when things are happening, but we have checked out the area, the footprint where the demonstrations are expected, so we will be increasing our presence down there in the area. With respect to Black Lives Matter Plaza, operationally, certainly that is a consideration for us because it is a flashpoint for contentious interactions between demonstrators. And we certainly want to be, as we were last time and the time before that, we certainly want to be focused on that area operationally to ensure that we do not have violent incidents occurring at that location.
My understanding is you told the council that you would close the Black Lives Matter plaza, both to protect people who are trying to be there, who would like to be there, and also to keep all the signs from being torn down. Is that correct? Black Lives Plaza will be blocked off?
It is a very real possibility that we will have operationally. We may need to close that off. Again, it could be very much a game day assessment. Right now, with some of the intelligence that we're looking at, we want to make sure that we're in a posture certainly prepared to do that if need be.
You were criticized for not responding more quickly to the Proud Boys activity. I presume you'll be quick to respond, as you've said previously.
Well,
But again, do you expect the president to be on the streets of Washington?
We're not sure whether or not the president will be on the streets of Washington. And with respect to any particular group, it really doesn't matter to me which group or which individuals. What we are particularly focused on is individuals that are engaged in violent behavior, whoever they might be. That's our focus. We want to be very intentional about that. Again, I think it's important to echo the mayor's comments with respect to DC residents. Please stay home. I mean, obviously, Dr. Nesbitt just finished talking about the pandemic and all the things that we're seeing there. There are going to be a lot of people here. We certainly anticipate that. And when we have a lot of people that are in our city, the chances for people to get sick, namely my officers and other residents, we just want to be very careful with that. Again, not sure if the president will be on the street or not, but we're certainly prepared if he will be.
I apologize. We were supposed to introduce ourselves for the benefit of the Park Police. Tom Sherwood from WAMU's Politics Hour with Kojo Nnamdi. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Yes. I'm Rebecca with WDVM, and this can kind of go to any of you, really. At the end of last month, Black Lives Matter DC released its series of demands, and one of them was the enforcement of mask wearing. I know social distancing might be kind of impossible in a protest setting, but is there any sort of movement that maybe DC government has made on making sure that, especially the out-of-town protesters, are wearing their masks and staying COVID compliant?
No. We, of course, we have seen the benefit in our city of mask wearing. Dr. Nesbitt reported a few weeks ago how well DC residents are doing with over, I think, 70% compliance. Not always perfect, but compliant. We know that we continue to have room to grow there, especially with people wearing masks indoors around non-household members. So we want to continue to have them do that. We do expect some flouting of our guidelines by out-of-towners looking for a confrontation. We're going to continue to remind them to wear their mask. We're going to continue to remind business owners to protect their businesses and their establishments with their own mask guidelines as well. I don't expect that I won't speak for Chief Conte that there will be a roundup of people arrested for mask violations. The police, as they've always have done throughout this pandemic, can use directives, they can use their speakers, they can use a lot of different tools to encourage people to follow the public health guidelines.
And do you have any concern about maybe Dr. Nesbitt, an increase in COVID cases after this protest, or have you seen any evidence of increase in cases after the previous ones?
Well, as the mayor mentioned at the beginning of her comments, because we are the nation's capital, we've had a number of people come here throughout the pandemic, and we have heretofore not been able to have any correlation.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Wanted to give you a little look at what we are following here in the next hour or hour and a half. We will be showing you this rally in Georgia, in Dalton, Georgia, with President Trump and his daughter Ivanka Trump also boarded Air Force One. They are already on the plane heading to this large crowd of people in Dalton, Georgia. This is ahead of the Senate runoffs, and in just about 5 minutes we will have a live update for you here on News Now from Fox on everything that you can expect. But I want to bring some well, it's kind of breaking news, but it's all coming out today. Some developing news about a very famous actress. You may have heard of her if you're a James Bond fan or if you have watched that 70s show. This is an interesting story nonetheless that has come out. Actress Tanya Roberts She's still alive. She's hospitalized despite reports of her death over the weekend. The star's publicist, Mike Pingle, mistakenly announced on Sunday that the former Bond girl had died at the age of 65. Roberts' death was confirmed via a post on her official Facebook page, which was attributed to her publicist and multiple outlets, including TMZ and The Hollywood Reporter. They reported that a representative for the star confirmed the death to them directly as well. Well, Pingle has now confirmed to Fox News that as of Monday morning, the That 70s show star is actually still alive, but the star remains in very dire condition. Pingle said that on Monday, Roberts' husband, Lance O'Brien, received a call from the hospital that confirmed that Tanya was alive and did not pass that night. O'Brien told the rep that he held his wife and she seemed for him to slip away. The Associated Press reported this. Meanwhile, Pingle confirmed to Fox News that Lance did visit Roberts in the hospital on Sunday after being told that it may have been his last time to see her. Roberts had been hospitalized since December 24th after she collapsed while walking her dogs. Pingle originally told The Hollywood Reporter this when it happened. Her hospitalization is not COVID-19 related. That's what reports are saying right now. She was seen conducting live chats with fans as recently as December 19th and was said to be in good health. So an interesting story today. Actress Tanya Roberts still alive despite some reports that she had died. Again, we are confirming today on Fox News that she still is alive, just in kind of an unfortunate condition. So we'll continue to follow this developing story here on NewsNOW from Fox. But like I said, we're following all of these stories, not only obviously politics, not only COVID-19 news, but also some news coming out of Hollywood today. Unfortunate to hear that that had to happen to Tanya. So we are following this rally that's going to be coming up in an hour and a half, and we have a live report coming up in just a few minutes here. Earlier, we were showing you that update from Washington, D.C. with Muriel Bowser, talking about not only COVID-19 and vaccine distribution, but also safety in the city this week as some protests are planned amid all of the unrest over the 2020 election and so much more, the Electoral College vote, which we're going to get to all later tonight. So we'll play out the rest of that, and then we'll show you, of course, this rally that's going to be happening in Dalton, Georgia, very, very soon here.
Have you seen any evidence of increase in cases after the previous ones?
Well, as the mayor mentioned at the beginning of her comments, because we are the nation's capital, we've had a number of people come here throughout the pandemic, and we have heretofore not been able to have any correlation between a surge or increase in our cases here in Washington, D.C. Immediately following any of the protests. And I think one of the other reporters here, Stephanie, posed a question which now creates an opportunity for me to, I think, more directly respond to it. Usually after a major or sentinel event, we see about 3 weeks after that any rise or increase in cases. And so the historical travel that just happened again this weekend after holidays, we have not yet seen an increase from that. So it would be very challenging for us to be able to unmask the pun here, huh? Any cause and increase in cases, but we are in our contact tracing going to be very focused on trying to ask any questions related to people's travel or intentional travel or activities in the district around inaugural activities or any of these things related to travel to DC intentionally for January. So we've been focused on trying to do that or capture that uniquely for quite some time. Okay, Julie?
A couple of public safety questions. I'm Julie Zosmer from the Washington Post. First of all, can you give us just a rundown of what you expect for Tuesday and Wednesday? You know, rough size of crowds, where you think they'll be. I think Tuesday is sort of a more recently planned part of the demonstration, so we don't have a great sense, and I'd be interested in what you know about where people will be.
If we can start, Chief and Director Rodriguez, with talking about the permits that have been approved. I understand that Park Service may also be considering new permit requests, so we won't have that information available.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for your question. Yeah, the District of Columbia, we have not approved any permits for the District of Columbia. We are aware, and we have our partners here from U.S. Park Police, but some permits have been approved for U.S. Park by the United States Park Service, as well as we expect to see people that will gather in the area of the United States Capitol. So right now, it appears the United States Capitol, Freedom Plaza, as well as an event on the Ellipse. We expect those to be primarily the gathering places for some of the demonstrations.
And that's all on Wednesday?
Split between Tuesday and Wednesday. And as the mayor mentioned, there are some new permits, applications that have come in, and again, just very fluid. We're not certain about where those events are, or where they're requesting those events to take place. Again, those were not submitted to the District of Columbia, so we will have to confer with our partners. In terms of crowd size, again, we don't know what the crowd size will be. We certainly anticipate, as we've seen over the course of the last two demonstrations, that there have been increased crowd sizes. Some of our intelligence certainly suggests that it will be an increased crowd, and we are obviously preparing for that.
And Mayor Bowser, are you considering a curfew as you imposed during the summer during some earlier protests?
It's certainly a tool that we will evaluate during the week. Mark?
Yes. If I could ask about somewhat public safety, but not related to this weekend, but the Congresswoman from Colorado, are you familiar with her tweets about she has, if you believe her video that she has posted, she has brought a Glock 9 into the district, onto Capitol Hill. I know she's allowed to have it on the Capitol campus, but she videotaped herself walking the streets of Washington, D.C., apparently with this gun concealed. And I'm just wondering what your message to her is. Is she breaking the law? Do you plan to investigate this? What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, I only recently heard about that within the last 30 minutes or so. What I will say to that is there are no exceptions in the District of Columbia. As you mentioned, well, with the exception of being able to carry in on U.S. Capitol Police property. For the District of Columbia, we plan to reach out to the Congresswoman's office to make sure that she is aware of what the laws of the District of Columbia are, what the restrictions are, and that Congresswoman, whoever it is, I guess it was from Colorado, will be subjected to the same penalties for anyone else that's caught on the District of Columbia street carrying a firearm. Unlawfully, I might add.
Mayor Bowser, have you seen her video where she characterizes the district as one of the most dangerous cities in the country?
I haven't.
Do you have any message for her?
I'll just add to what the chief says. This is serious business. We should all take very seriously an American's ability to exercise his or her First Amendment rights, and we do. But we also have to know that we have a serious threat to our democracy right now, that the will of American people through a fair and just election is being questioned, and violence is being incited. And that leaves the men and women who have sworn an oath to protect public safety in a very difficult position. The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department, United States Park Police, United States Capitol Police, the Secret Service are all going to be out to protect the First Amendment, but also to protect people and property. Okay, so it strikes me as, it angers me actually, that any elected official would incite violence, put our city at risk, to put these men and women in law enforcement at risk, our residents at risk, and our beautiful city at risk. And I call on them to stand down on that activity, regardless of their political views. Our Constitution will endure. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be the president and the vice president of the United States on January the 20th. Yes.
Some of you will be taking a 2-minute commercial break here on News Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Tom's question, are you hearing that President Trump is talking about walking around with the protesters this week?
No, I have not heard.
I didn't say walking around, I just said on the streets.
On the streets, but
In his car.
oh, in his car, okay.
Like he was at Walter Reed.
Oh, okay, I get that. Okay, that was a question of mine. And then for Deputy Chief Smith, just curious, what role will the Park Police be playing? What areas will you be focusing on?
Thank you so much. Well, we typically we certainly welcome protesters and will not tolerate any sense of violence, but we will certainly be in the particular areas that we've always been. We will be at the Ellipse. We will also be at Freedom Plaza. And I would yield to not discuss any of the other areas that we've talked about. We certainly partner with Metropolitan Police Department and work very closely with them in some of our geographical areas.
I see. And so you will also be in Freedom Plaza, assuming it's open. Chief, under what conditions, Chief Conte, under what conditions would you close Freedom Plaza? You said it might happen.
No, Freedom Plaza is open to...
No, I'm sorry, not Freedom Plaza, Black Lives Matter Plaza.
We want to make sure that we are not in position where we have groups that have assembled for the purpose of engaging in violent acts, wherever that might be, whatever street that might be on, whatever alley it might be in. We know that historically, over the last few demonstrations, that BLM Plaza has been a focal point, and we want to make sure that is not an issue this go round.
So there would have to be some incident there, or you just might decide you don't want to risk it?
It's part of our operational plan, and we'll assess it as we move forward, Sam.
Yes, Stephanie.
3 questions on public safety. I'm sorry, Stephanie Ramirez at Fox 5. Chief Conte, you had said that you were aware of individuals intent on bringing firearms to the city. We've been seeing reports of Proud members going incognito, dressing as Antifa members, also a possible armed encampment. Can you be a little bit more specific with the members of the public about what law enforcement is been seeing and what you're most concerned about? That's question number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that it's already been out in the public sphere and social media that there are people intent on coming to our city armed and carrying firearms in the District of Columbia. In response to that, obviously, the Metropolitan Police Department has a plan. And that plan, part of that plan is to ensure that when these individuals are identified, that we're able to quickly and safely take those individuals into custody. I'm calling on the public, people who will be peacefully assembling. If you see anyone carrying a firearm or concealing a firearm, to please reach out to the Metropolitan Police Department. You can call 911, you can call 727-9099, you can send an anonymous text tip to us at 50411. But we appreciate the information because I'm certain that those people who are peacefully gathering do not want to be surrounded by individuals with armed or coming armed to this peaceful First Amendment assembly. We just want to be very careful about that. And again, I cannot stress that enough. We're going to have a lot of people in our city, and we want people to be safe.
And then also, the emergency police reform bill from the summer is supposed to prohibit what types of munitions police can use. Was that any discussion with the council today? Can you tell us what will be used if violence does break out?
That depends on the situation, and no, that was not discussed with the council.
Okay. And then lastly, for businesses, Mayor Bowser, you talked about businesses protecting themselves with regard to masks and whatnot. At this point, though, are you advising any businesses to possibly close?
I am not. I am, especially for businesses who are in this the restricted traffic area, to be mindful of the parking and traffic restrictions in their business operations to best support their employees and their customers. Yes.
Hi, Amanda Gomez. I write for Washington City Paper. A question for the chief. So the last time, right, Trump supporters descended, they went to Black historic churches and burned Black Lives Matter signs. And so I wonder, can you provide an update on those incidents? I understand they were investigated as possible hate crimes.
Yes, we're still working on that very closely with the United States Attorney's Office. We have been in daily communication with them about the progress on that investigation.
Didn't a Proud Boy admit to burning a flag? I wonder. I believe he lives out of state though. It was like a warrant.
Whatever group, at the end of the day, we are focused with the U.S. Attorney's Office on ensuring that someone is held accountable for that.
Okay. One quick question for the mayor. I wanted to follow up on a question that Mark had asked about schools. Can you just further tease out, because my understanding, just speaking with teachers, is, or even you've said it, that a problem of reopening schools was, not having teachers, not enough staff coming to support the classrooms and such. And I wonder, can you further tease out, why not wait to reopen schools if there's a chance that vaccinating teachers can give them more confidence returning to schools? Can you just tease that out for me?
Sure. Children can't wait, Amanda. Children can't wait. They have lost so much. And you have already heard Dr. Nesbitt, and for many months, describe the protocols that we have put in place at our schools to ensure that our schools are safe. And that is how we will proceed for the remainder of the school year. It has never been a contention, even of the Washington Teachers Union, that schools shouldn't open until a vaccine was 100% implemented. That has never been their contention. And I think you also know that we have an agreement with the Washington Teachers Union now. Actually, maybe that came after the last time we met. So we have an agreement with the Washington Teachers Union. Is back on November the 9th, 100% of our elementary schools were prepared with social distancing, I don't even know, all of our protocols, including signage, desk, computers, as well as the HVAC system upgrades have been complete at all of those schools. And I think by February the 1st, we will have all of our high schools complete with those HVAC upgrades as well. We also implemented a system of testing, which we think is working well, where we will circulate throughout the city so that all of the school children can get tested over the course of, I think, 10 days to 2 weeks. We have also mailed to each of our workers, and we will continue to mail to them an at-home testing kit where they can take a test, send it by mail, and get the results. So we have a very robust safety protocol system in place from our schools. I dare say is the best that I've heard of. And more than that, we have been implementing care classrooms since the beginning of November. And with each week, we have more and more parents choosing care. And we have more feedback from our principals and parent communities about sometimes individualized programs that will work for their school communities, kids, parents, and our workforce. So that's where we are. We're very proud of the work that we have done. We're also proud to have our teachers early in the prioritization for the vaccine. And so all of those things working together will have our kids back in school. Yes.
I saw your letter from, I guess, December 31st, where you're requesting National Guard assistance. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? I understand they're going to be unarmed, and what are they exactly?
Well, they're always they're supposed to be unarmed. I've never requested armed guard in my time as mayor, but we think it's helpful to have our DC guardsmen who are our guard, that I have requested from the Secretary of the Army to assist MPD with traffic management. You notice all of those restricted areas generally require somebody to manage, and that's how our DC National Guard can be helpful.
Okay, and that I guess frees up more officers to?
It absolutely frees up more officers.
Do you know how many guard there will be?
I think we're going to be around 100.
Okay.
Yes, okay. These are really the last questions.
Mark Seagraves, NBC Washington. Chief, another somewhat off-topic question, but I'm wondering, given what we've seen with Speaker Pelosi and Leader McConnell's homes in their home jurisdictions being vandalized, if you've taken any added precautions here in D.C. where these same legislators might own property, might own homes here, as far as providing security for their homes here.
Thank you, Mark, for the question. We do not really provide details about the specifics of security operations for our dignitaries in our city, but we are aware of what has transpired in their home states, and we're working very closely with U.S. Capitol Police on the intelligence that we have.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Well, there you have it. That was the latest coming out of Washington, D.C. with Mayor Muriel Bowser talking about COVID-19 vaccinations and also those projected protests coming this week. Public safety definitely on the mind of all of those safety officers out there. And we will follow all of that here on News Now from Fox, those protests and everything that goes along with it. But we're going to switch over to Georgia. We've all got Georgia on our mind and have for several months here. We have the top two Republican leaders heading to the state of Georgia today. Not only President Trump, which let's pull up that shot really quickly here. This is a live look from Dalton, Georgia, where President Trump will be taking the stage in just over an hour here for this Senate runoff election that is going on right now. But Vice President Mike Pence also made his way to Milner earlier this morning. This is obviously in support of Senators Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue against their Democratic challengers. Tomorrow is Election Day, so this has a lot of weight on it, and we will be following it every single step of the way. If you unfortunately missed the rally from this morning with Vice President Mike Pence, it's fine. We're going to play it out for you right here, just ahead of the live rally that will be happening tonight in Dalton, Georgia, with the president himself. And we will be previewing that in the next 30 minutes or so. Andrew Kraft and myself are going to break down the timeline of what has been going on with Georgia. There's a lot today that we've had to digest. We've heard from the Georgia election officials, Brad Raffensperger's office, Gabriel Sterling. We showed you that press conference earlier, and there were some bombshells coming out of that. And then Perdue himself diagnosed with COVID-19, so bringing COVID-19 news to a political story. Definitely a lot to unpack here. You don't want to miss a minute of it. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break, but when you come back, we've got Vice President Mike Pence in the Peach State, and that's going to be our focus for the next couple hours here.
I'll tell you, under President Donald Trump, David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, if the world knows nothing else, the world will know this: America stands with Israel. And where John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, like the party they represent, support abortion on demand and taxpayer funding of abortion all the way up to the moment of birth, I couldn't be more proud to serve alongside the most pro-life president in American history. And I couldn't be more grateful that David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler stand for the right to life. So y'all know what the stakes are here in Georgia. But if you haven't got it in focus yet, just listen to what Chuck Schumer said. He said, quote, "Now we take Georgia, then we change America." Well, I got another message for Chuck Schumer and the Washington Democrats. We're going to keep Georgia. And we're going to save America. You know, I mentioned President Trump will be in Georgia a little bit later today. And I heard Joe Biden is going to hold a little rally of his own. A couple weeks ago, Joe Biden was in Georgia. You may have heard about it. He actually said that Georgia, these are his words, he said that Georgia doesn't need two senators who, quote, are just going to get in the way. Well, Georgia, that's exactly what we need in the United States Senate. We need Senator David Perdue and Senator Kelly Loeffler to get in the way of the radical left's agenda in Washington, D.C. We need David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler to get in the way of higher taxes, open borders, socialized medicine, and a Green New Deal. Georgia needs two senators that will get in the way of the radical agenda of the Democratic Party and fight for Georgia's values every day. That's why we need Georgia to say no to Ossoff and Warnock, and yes to David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler tomorrow, January 5. Gotta happen. To keep America great. To preserve all the progress we've made, to protect our values and our most cherished liberties. I need you to do a few things in the next 24 hours and more. First and foremost, we need you to vote, Georgia. Vote to send David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back to Washington, D.C. And I can tell you, our great Republican chairman in the state and our senators will tell you, we literally have thousands of people, don't we, Ralph, all across this state that are watching this time. We're on them. We're going to secure the polls. We're going to secure the drop boxes. You get out and vote tomorrow, and you vote for David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, and be confident. And if you haven't already cast your vote, remember, if you're heading out tomorrow, friends don't let friends vote alone. Bring a family member, bring a neighbor, and vote to send David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back to Washington, D.C. You know, I know we all got our doubts about the last election. And I want to assure you, I share the concerns of millions of Americans about voting irregularities. And I promise you, come this Wednesday, we'll have our day in Congress. We'll hear the objections. We'll hear the evidence. But tomorrow is Georgia's day. So for our faith, for our freedom, we need you to vote, Georgia. Vote to send David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back to the United States Senate. You know, I actually hear some people saying, just don't vote. But men and women of Georgia, if you don't vote, they win. If you don't vote, there could be nothing stopping Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi from cutting our military, raising taxes, and passing the agenda of the radical left. So for all we've done, for all we have yet to do, for our president, for our faith, for our freedoms, for Georgia and America, cast another vote for all that President Trump has accomplished. Cast a vote to send David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back to the United States Senate. We've got to have Georgia hold the line. Will you do it? I believe you will. I believe you will because I have faith. It's like all of you. I have faith in the people of this state. The people of this state represent all that's great about this country. But family and faith and freedom. And I just know that you're going to get out. You're going to cast that vote. You're going to talk to your neighbors and friends in every hour that remains between now and when the polls close tomorrow. And tell them what's at stake in this election. The eyes of America are on Georgia. And people who share our values and our deals across this country, we're looking to you. We're looking to you, Georgia. We're looking to you to hold the line, and I believe with all my heart that you will. And lastly, I have that other kind of faith, too. The challenging times in which we live, I believe more than ever that we stand in the need of prayer. And I know that millions of Americans are joining with you in a chorus of prayer in the hours that remain between now and the close of the polls. And I just want to encourage you to practice prayer in a renewed way as we work to defend the majority. I just encourage you to pray for the future of this state and this nation. And when you pray, pray with confidence in those ancient words that Americans have clung to in much more challenging times than we could possibly imagine. That if his people who are called by his name will humble themselves and pray and turn, that he'll do like he's always done in the long and storied history of this country. He'll hear from heaven and he'll heal this land. So pray, Georgia. Pray for America, for all the American people. I know it'll make a difference. And I want to thank you for letting me join you here at Rock Springs Church, and I thank you all for coming out. I really do. And also, you know, it's the greatest honor of my life to be your vice president. On behalf of my family, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for the privilege. You know, I leave here today very grateful for the enthusiasm that I see and the support. And I know the president will see that today. But I can tell all of you that I was reminded recently that even when it doesn't seem that way, that God is always working. I have to tell you, Benny may appreciate this story. I shared it a little while back. I received a letter from a pastor who leads a church not far from Jacksonville, Florida, this spring. He told me of a time that he and his new bride were attending Asbury Seminary in Wilmore, Kentucky, back in 1977. As I read the letter, he talked about his experience there. Asbury Seminary would host a Christian music festival every year. They'd present the gospel in song and then in preaching and invite young people from all across the Midwest to come. They'd have bands that would take the stage in what was the early days of contemporary Christian music. He wrote to me that they had decided at the seminary in 1977 to cancel the event. But he and his new bride said that they felt a calling to volunteer to lead it. And he wrote to me saying that, quote, several friends told us that it would be very hard on our new marriage and that we shouldn't do it, a year-long project of setting up this festival. But then he said, we answered the call. We gathered a few other seminarians to help us, and they worked a whole year to arrange the event in the spring of 1978. And then, as he wrote, he told me that the night came, the culminating evening of the event. It was a Saturday night, where he and his new bride were walking through the camp area, and it was raining. They were disappointed. They thought it had all been for naught. He wrote to me, and that's because I didn't know that that night a future vice president of the United States would be giving his life to Jesus Christ. He wrote on, he said, quote, "I cannot write this without tears." And I couldn't read it without tears. Because I remember that night. Sitting on a hillside. It was raining. And it was like I heard the words for the first time. That God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son, that whoever might believe in him might not perish, but might have eternal life. And I stood up, 18 years young, and I walked down that night. Not out of a sense of intellectual assent, but because my heart was broken with gratitude for what had been done on the cross for me. It took a while to write that pastor back, but Karen and I had the chance to meet him and his wife when we were in Jacksonville a few months later. I wasn't able to write that letter without tears. But I said to him at the end, now I know who else to thank for that night so many years ago. But the lesson of his letter was this. It's the reason I share it. He said to me, "Mike, when I heard of the decision you'd made that night, I realized that even when things don't seem like they're going the way we expected, they're going the way he expected." So let me say from my heart, I truly believe on the eve of this Georgia election and every day forward, that if we will hold fast to him, we'll see our way through these challenging times. We'll restore our nation. We'll restore our nation's health. We'll renew our freedom, and we will continue to inspire people all across this land with our witness of the love and compassion and strength that comes in a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. We don't know what the future holds, but we know who holds the future. One of my favorite quotes from Winston Churchill was in an address to Congress in 1941. And he said, quote, "He must indeed have a blind soul who cannot see that some great purpose and design is being worked out here below, which we have the honor to be faithful servants." So let's be faithful servants. Let's do our part. Let's do our part to preserve all that is great and good about this last best hope of mankind. I leave here today just confident if all of us do all that we need to do, all across this state and all across this country, when Georgia steps up and holds the line and defends the majority, when Georgia steps up to vote your values and your convictions tomorrow, when you send David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back to a Republican majority in the United States Senate. we're going to keep America great. And we're going to keep making America greater than ever before. Thank you very much, Georgia. God bless you. God bless America. Now let's go get it done.
That was Vice President Mike Pence in Milner, Georgia earlier today, obviously speaking to all of those Georgian voters out there ahead of Election Day tomorrow. It is the final countdown to the Georgia Senate runoffs, and it is obvious. Look at this screen. It is busy in the Peach State. We've got Donald Trump Jr. speaking right now ahead of his father, the president. That will be coming in the next hour or so. So we'll listen into that for a little while, and then Andrew Kraft and myself, Daytona Everett, are going to break down everything you need to know about the Georgia Senate runoff race and the latest news coming out of the Peach State.
He's a terrible person. He beat, imagine that Warnock was a conservative. And there's a video of his wife accusing him of beating her, running her over with a car or something like that. It's insane, right? Imagine that was a Republican. He wouldn't be able to leave his house. He wouldn't be able to get a job. He certainly wouldn't be running for the United States Senate in Georgia. But because the media and their leftist agenda, they give him a total pass. Like they give Joe Biden and like they've given all Democrats. Like they gave Nancy Pelosi, who's more than happy to lock you down with her rules that she doesn't have to abide by. COVID is very serious, but it's not serious enough to not force you to go to Washington to vote for Nancy Pelosi.
We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back for some of you here on News Now from Fox.
And then, when someone calls her out on her flagrant hypocrisy, rather than owning it, because she knows she doesn't have to own her mistakes, her glaring errors, she doesn't have to own them because she knows the media will cover. Rather than owning it, it was a setup. Holy shit, it was a setup. I mean, in all fairness, she's number 3 in line to the nuclear codes. I don't want someone who's number 3 in line to the nuclear codes being set up by her hair salon. If you're being set up by your hair salon, how are you going to do against Iran? How are you going to do against Russia? How about China? We must say that with the correct vernacular. China. Eh? China is so thrilled that the media is pushing for Joe Biden to win this thing because they know they got it. Imagine the stuff that we've seen about Hunter, all those things that they won't cover in the media, even though no one's actually denying that it's all accurate. Imagine how much more they have. Imagine how much more their spy agencies have that our media, one person dug for about 3 minutes and they found some pretty substantial stuff. Imagine what the Chinese government has done to make sure they can exert control over America, which is what they've wanted for years. Trust me, when China sees Congress opening up with a prayer that says amen and a woman, they are laughing their asses off. And if I was them, I would be too. We should be crying because it's pathetic. But guys, as I've said, the United States Senate could be the last line of defense. And it's up to you. All you got to do is show up, but you can't listen to the morons saying, oh, we don't want to participate. You got to go work harder, like Donald Trump did. When faced with adversity, when faced with what everyone said was insurmountable obstacles, he went out there and he fought harder. And we need you to do that for the next 24 hours. We need you getting out there and voting yourselves. We need you calling your friends. We need you texting them. Don't let Georgia be the starting point for the radical left in the United States Senate, because that's who they are running. It's up to you, Georgia. Listen, what do I know? I'm just a guy from New York City, but I do like my guns. I think you do too. I like them a lot. That's on the line. Your religious freedoms, that's on the line. Everything is on the line because, as they've said, everything is on the table. You heard Chuck Schumer, right? First we get Georgia, then we change America. They're not even hiding from the radical agenda anymore. There is no such thing as a moderate Democrat. That party is long gone. This party, this Democrat Party, is a Marxist socialist party. It's a communist party. You notice the difference between the red states and the blue states and how they've handled lockdowns? At this point, it seems like the blue states, they don't even care if they put you out of business. It's the first time in American history where you get into more trouble for opening your business than you do for burning down someone else's. We can't allow that to happen. We need to fight. It's up to you guys. It's up to you. All right? You're gonna get out there and fight? Imagine what would happen to you if you chanted USA at a Democrat rally. It'd be ugly. I mean, it's sort of nice. You had the prayer, you had the pledge, amazing. They wouldn't even think of doing these things anymore. You know, to them, that would be some sort of form of oppression, I guess. You saw that, right? 2 weeks ago, they tried canceling Helen Keller. No, you saw that, right? Helen Keller, who was born in 1880, was blind and deaf, became an activist. They canceled her because she was white privileged. True story. I mean, it's like a comedic writer could not come up with things that are dumber or funnier than today's Democrat Party platform. So again, you guys have a choice. You can show up tomorrow and vote. You can put up that last line of defense. You can put David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler back in the Senate so they can fight for my father, so they can fight for his agenda, which they all want to reverse on the Democrat side, right? They want to raise your taxes. They want to close your schools. They want to get rid of energy. They want your taxpayer dollars going for free health care for illegals, not for yourself. You have to pay for that too. But for illegals. They're not looking out for America, and they're not looking out for Americans. Just look at their actions. They speak for themselves, guys. But we need to wake up. We need to be engaged. We need to stay engaged, and we need to fight like Donald Trump fights. If we do that, we win. And we can save our country, and we can use the time to fight for more people who will actually fight. More people who will actually engage. Not like the Mitt Romney, Paul Ryans of the world that, not like them. But we can fight for guys who will fight for what we believe in, for women who will fight for what we believe in, to preserve all of the things that made America the greatest nation in the world. But if you don't get out there tomorrow, guys, You may never get that chance. You squander that opportunity. The Democrats, they've said it. They're going to pack the courts. They're going to give D.C. and Puerto Rico statehood. That's 4 permanent Democrat senators. And it's over, folks. They know it. Like I said, they want you to be dejected. They want you to be upset. They want you to take your ball and go home. That's been their dream for decades. They want you broken and beaten so they can push their nonsense through. Do not allow it to happen. Have the resolve that Donald Trump had, and you can get the results that Donald Trump got. Right? Think about it. Look at all he's accomplished with zero help from the Democrats. He grew the strongest economy, rebuilt our military, held our enemies accountable, put pressure on. I mean, the things that his accomplishments go on and on. He actually got things done because he was willing to take on Washington. But if you take your ball and go home, you'll never have that opportunity again. Once you lose those rights, you don't get them back. Just look at what the Democrat governors have done in those states. They were really quick to take your freedoms, not so quick to want to give them back. Don't let it get there, guys, okay? So Georgia, you have a mission for the next 24 hours. Let's get out there, let's kick some ass, let's win, and let's send Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue back to the United States Senate. Thank you, Georgia.
Make no mistake today, we are in an ideological war for the future of our republic.
That was Donald Trump Jr. speaking ahead of the Georgia rally that is going to happen with President Trump in the next 45 minutes. We'll carry it live here on News Now from Fox. It's likely some other speakers will be coming up to the stage, and of course, we will show you that as well. I am going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we are focusing on the Peach State for the next few hours as we kind of wrap up the night with the president and his remarks here on a stage in Dalton, Georgia. As we await the president here, just want to kind of remind you what we do here on News Now from Fox. It's a live, raw, unfiltered feed all throughout the day, nonstop news from all of our sister stations across the country. We'll take you to a few different live looks that we have here. Beautiful shot coming out of New York. Our Fox News headquarters still looking very Christmassy out there. We're so happy you're joining us. Right now it's about 6:20 out here in Phoenix, Arizona, 8:20 on the East Coast. We have definitely some political news to get to tonight, and you won't want to step away for a moment. If you missed it earlier this morning, we had a rally with Kelly Loeffler. She was out in Georgia as well, campaigning ahead of Election Day tomorrow. A busy day for all of the candidates today. And we'll show you all of those events, if you missed them, in their entirety here on News Now from Fox. As we await the president, we're going to play out that event for you. Unfortunately, David Perdue was unable to attend this campaign event as he is suffering from COVID-19. That's why they are really sending out all of their major Republican leaders to the Peach State to help out. We showed you Vice President Mike Pence just moments ago in a smaller town in Georgia. And Kelly Loeffler herself as well. To kick off the event, though, we had Kellyanne Conway, who was speaking for the Republican Party. So we'll play out this rally that was held in Georgia. for the U.S. Senate seat.
Feel that way. But guess what? This is not about politics. This is about policy. This is about whether or not we continue to expand and protect and preserve an agenda and progress with an agenda that is about lower taxes and rebuilding our military and making sure that we have judges who look at the Constitution not as a piece of paper towel, but as the law of the land. That we make sure that our regulations on our small businesses are limited, that they're not intrusive, invasive, expensive, expansive. That we make sure we continue to give small businesses the relief they need. That we make sure we continue to fight this virus. And I'm flanked by Senator Loeffler and, of course, Senator Perdue, who can't be here. They have voted with President Trump again and again and again when it's come time to help Georgia and Georgians. And when people say, oh, my vote doesn't really matter, it doesn't count, we've learned again and again, including in 2020, that your vote absolutely counts. And Georgia, it's also important to recognize that your vote is your equalizing power. All of us get one vote, no matter who we are, where we come from, no matter our race, our gender, our socioeconomic status, our geographic or quote, politics or lack thereof. Our vote is our voice. And you want to lift up your voice and make sure that we are voting to have a check and balance in Washington. It's very dangerous to have Washington be controlled by a single party, especially when that party does things like mock the opening prayer of the new Congress last night, try to foist a radical agenda on the rest of us. And things don't get better when people get power and get to Washington. If they tell you that they're radical, if they admit that they want to defund the police, if they refer to law enforcement and police as thugs and gangsters, take them at their word. That's what they believe. And they will let the money follow that as well. And Senator Loeffler's opponent has said things like that and much worse. I think that the voters are tired of being insulted by their politicians, tired of being felt like they are less than, forgotten men, forgotten women, that they don't matter, that they have their nose pressed up against the glass looking in, wondering what's in there for me. And that's why President Trump, with Senator Loeffler's support and Senator Perdue's support, certainly Secretary and Governor Perdue's support, has been able to create so many jobs, deregulate, make energy a brand new industry in our country in a way we've never had before. And we need to protect that. We are now a net exporter of natural gas and oil in this country for the first time ever. That's important. And there's a reason that the other side doesn't talk about those issues. There's a reason they hide behind the Green New Deal. Yeah, I want to support it. It went to the vote in the Senate, and guess how many votes it got? 0. Not a single vote. Because they understand that it would bankrupt this country, and it would ban things like gas and cows and other stuff that are important to us. So we can't allow Washington to be run by one party that is unrecognizable to someone like me who grew up in the Democratic Party in my household, of all women, in Little South Jersey, in a farming community. I don't recognize it. And Georgia, why in the world, ask yourself this question as you're voting for Senator Loeffler and Senator Perdue tomorrow for re-election. Why in the world should you do what the National Democratic Party refused to do? When they chose their nominee for president, they didn't go for the more radical people. They certainly were running. They made it through all the debates. They were standing. They were some of the last ones standing. The Democratic Party itself rejected the most radical candidates in the presidential race this year, and went with swampy, guy who's been there for 47 years, who was going against the radicals. So why in the world, Georgia, would you want to do what even the Democratic Party nationwide refused to do? It even scared them to think about overregulation and just decimating industries like energy. With the manufacturing bases back, our military is rebuilt, our law enforcement is more deeply respected and more generously resourced, as are our veterans who literally were dying for care. It's just several years ago, waiting for care. And that doesn't happen without bold, decisive, and resolute and engaged senators like Senator Kelly Loeffler and like Senator David Perdue. The entire America First agenda, the entire success of this country over the last 4 years has been enabled and advanced by senators like Senator Loeffler and like Senator Perdue, who have stood in the breach and boldly voted for these policies. I've never seen a bigger contrast in my life, and I've had a long one, in two different sets of Senate candidates on the ballot at one time. There is a difference. There's a huge contrast between them. If you like freedom, you like free markets, the choice is very clear. And let me also say this. I was really struck by the two conventions, the two-party national conventions this summer for lots of reasons. But not least of which was, wasn't it really fascinating that even according to the Washington Post analysis, abortion, pro-choice, women's right to choose wasn't mentioned in the Democratic convention this year. I mean, we've been going to conventions for decades. That's all you ever heard. 0 times, according to the Washington Post. Pro-life, that was mentioned 31 times at the Republican convention. You can look it up in the Washington Post analysis. And that's because that even the Democrats understand they're losing on that issue. So if you don't think abortion should extend into the 10th month of pregnancy, if you actually believe in protecting the sanctity of life, if you don't want people violating the Second Amendment who run around all day pretending that they're for the First Amendment, the choice is clear there too. And I'm not afraid to say it. I think it's really remarkable that
This is a live, raw, unfiltered feed. You can see the president just arrived on Air Force One. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to thank you so much for joining us. And pretty soon here, he will be taking the stage in Dalton, Georgia. Let's take a look at a couple of these shots that are coming in from our Fox News pools. In that arrival shot, we could see Kelly Loeffler. He got right off and walked up to her. Ivanka Trump also on Air Force One. So we'll be hearing from the president momentarily. Welcome to News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. It is the final countdown to the Georgia Senate runoffs, and both sides of the aisle have been out and about today, making those last pitches to Georgia voters ahead of Election Day tomorrow. To break down exactly what is going on and why it is so critically important right now, I have my colleague Andrew Kraft here. Andrew, let's just talk about the importance of this election and what President Trump is trying to achieve tonight with this rally.
Well, hey, Daytona, yeah, we haven't seen the president come to Georgia since December 5th. That was that really big rally in Valdosta. So now he'll be in Dalton, Georgia. The entire press corps is there. He's going to be with Senator Kelly Loeffler. David Perdue at the moment is in quarantine. He was exposed to COVID-19. But you saw there the president's son, Kimberly Guilfoyle, the president's son's girlfriend, and his daughter Ivanka, all in tow tonight for what really could be one of the president's last political rallies. That remains to be seen if he does eventually run again in 2024. But this could be the last Trump rally we see for the extended future. But he will be trying to get the word out and really stumping for Loeffler and Perdue. Remember, right now, Republicans have the majority in the Senate. They would still have the majority if Perdue and Loeffler win tomorrow. Remember, Daytona, early vote totals are huge. 3+ million Georgians have already voted early. It remains to be seen how turnout will be tomorrow on the day of the runoff races. So yeah, that's just something I'll be looking out for. I know, a lot of these Republican senators have tied their political fortunes to the president, and you kind of have all of this happening amidst the backdrop as well of January 6th, which is that joint session of Congress, where Congress needs to count and certify the electors from the states in the 2020 election. So politics is still going on, even in this first week of 2021, and it doesn't really seem like the 2020 election is over.
Andrew, I obviously saw President Trump get off of Air Force One. We thought he was going to be taking the stage. It looks like we might have a little bit more time than anticipated. So you're just talking about Georgia Senate runoffs and the election challenge that is coming up. We have a couple great stories that we want to show you ahead of the president taking the stage. So we'll listen in right here.
In Georgia, with Election Day just hours away, the Senate candidates were out on the campaign trail trying to keep up momentum and election-weary voters engaged. The results of the two races between Republicans Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue and their Democratic challengers Raphael Warnock and Jon Ossoff will decide which party controls the Senate and in turn could either help or hurt President-elect Joe Biden's agenda. President-elect Joe Biden joining the campaign trail. Republicans have framed what happens on Tuesday as the only way to stop Democrats, who will soon control the House and the White House. Monday night, President Trump is rallying in Georgia, where he's still fighting state officials over his own election loss. President Trump is accused of trying to pressure the Georgia Secretary of State to change the vote count. His vice president, Mike Pence, is encouraging Georgians to focus on Election Day first.
We'll have our day in Congress. We'll hear the objections. We'll hear the evidence. But tomorrow is Georgia's day.
Already more than 3 million Georgians have voted early. Democrats are cautiously optimistic because more black voters appear to be turning out now than they did during the presidential election. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
So the very latest on the Georgia Senate runoffs, which is why we're holding all of these rallies right now. President Trump going to be taking the stage in just about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and Daytona, just to kind of really emphasize how important these two runoff races are. Remember, hypothetically speaking, if the Democrats got 2 wins tomorrow with Ossoff and Warnock, that would give the Senate a 50-50 split down the middle. And so in the case where that happens, the vice president has to be the tiebreaker. And so even in the Trump administration, you saw many times Vice President Mike Pence act as the tiebreaker when things were very, very close, when they needed one more vote. And so you're going to essentially, if that happens, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will act as that tie-breaking vote if we do see this 50-50 split. Now, if Loeffler and Perdue retain their seats, then that's not going to be a problem, and it'll be, I believe, a 52-48 majority for Republicans, and so that's why this is so crucial. So we're talking, Biden appointments. A lot of them need to be Senate confirmed. We're talking another round of possible stimulus checks for Americans in a new Biden administration. So we're talking about a lot of legislation. The Biden transition has put out there. They have an ambitious agenda. And so what it really all comes down to is how likely will a lot of these ideas, pass and muster in either a Republican-controlled Senate or a Democratic-controlled Senate.
And Andrew, we're taking a live look right now of Dalton, Georgia, where, of course, we've been teasing. This is what everyone is kind of waiting for tonight. We'll, of course, take that shot live when President Trump steps up there. But you mentioned the 6th. Why is that date so important? What are we going to be watching here on NewsNOW, but then also going into the rest of the month as well?
Right. So, yeah, on January 6th, Congress will convene in a joint session between the House and the Senate. The Vice President, normally presides over that session as the President of the Senate. That's his title. But a lot of people have been really, skeptical about, what will Mike Pence do? The president prizes loyalty amongst his supporters and allies in Congress. But, the vice president's role is largely ceremonial and procedural. He just essentially needs to preside over it. And what it essentially does on the 6th is the Congress needs to count the state's electors and certify them. And then after that, the inauguration takes place on the 20th for Joe Biden. But what we're seeing right now is a lot of challenges. Challenges normally are not unprecedented. There's been challenges in the past. But Daytona, the amount and the number of Republicans, House and Senate Republicans, who have said that they will contest certifying the election in Congress on the 6th, that's something we definitely have not seen before. There's some 11 senators in that chamber. There's some 140 House Republicans who have come out and said they'll contest and object to the certifying of the electors. And so this is something that I obviously, honestly did not expect. And this all kind of boils down. And you're going to hear probably President Trump say a lot of these things tonight at this rally, where he thinks that, he won the election. He thinks there were hundreds of thousands of votes that were robbed from him. A lot of these conspiracy theories and baseless allegations you're going to hear tonight, just like you heard on that leaked phone call that the Secretary of State in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, and his attorney leaked to the Washington Post. So you're going to hear a lot of what was in that phone call tonight, I presume, at this rally.
Andrew, let's play out that other story here about what is going on in this congressional joint session, and then we'll come back and talk about something that Kelly Loeffler also came out today with on Twitter. Interesting stuff.
Nearly a dozen Republican senators are proposing the creation of an election commission to investigate allegations of fraud.
None of us are trying to overthrow an election. We're trying to say, hey, there are still lots of questions from millions of people out there, and we think those questions need to be answered.
House GOP Chair Liz Cheney wrote a 21-page memo to her colleagues saying objections to the Electoral College, quote, set an exceptionally dangerous precedent. But President Trump is not backing down. He tweeted, "The surrender caucus within the Republican Party will go down in infamy as weak and ineffective."
And the reason I'm having to stand here today is because there are people in positions of authority and respect who have said their votes didn't count.
2 Democratic members of Congress sent a criminal referral to the FBI asking them to open an immediate investigation into whether President Trump broke federal and Georgia state election law in a leaked phone call where he claimed Georgia's November election had widespread fraud.
I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
The request to FBI Director Chris Wray says the evidence of election fraud by Mr. Trump is now in broad daylight.
The chaos, confusion, conflict, and corruption that Donald Trump has inflicted upon this country is something to be evaluated by the historians.
The president's attorney is accusing Georgia's Secretary of State and his staff of secretly recording their conversation and inappropriately leaking it. Ray Bogan, Fox News.
And Andrew, we're taking this live look again from Dalton, Georgia. I believe Air Force One just touched down or is about to touch down. There was a camera shot that was up in the sky, so we should be seeing the president any time now, and we will cut to that once we get it. But like we mentioned before, Kelly Loeffler herself coming out and talking about this exact topic, putting out this tweet saying the American people deserve a platform in Congress permitted under the Constitution to have election issues presented so that they can be addressed. That's why on January 6th, I will vote to give President Trump and the American people the fair hearing they deserve and support the objection to the Electoral College certification process.
Yeah, Daytona, so that was something I wanted to also mention, right? Senator Kelly Loeffler, for the last couple of weeks, she's been asked repeatedly, what will you do on January 6th? Will you? And then once this effort led by Senator Hawley and Senator Cruz came into the open of some 11 senators vowing to object to the results, she finally came out today and said she will join them and she will do that as well.
Yeah, so this will be a continued topic just to bring you to a couple other live looks that we have our eyes on. This is the crowds that have come together. They've been there for hours, and this is kind of typical of what we saw of those campaign rallies for President Trump during the 2020 election. I'm getting some deja vu, Andrew.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't seen something like this in about a month's time, but you're right. We would carry these multiple events live a day. The president had some 4 or 5 rallies a day, remember, when 2020 was kind of really getting down to the wire. But it will be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. So much of the emphasis has been on Georgia, especially in the general election, and now with this runoff. And remember, Senator Kelly Loeffler still remains she's a current senator. She was essentially filling in a vacancy left by retiring Senator Johnny Isakson, who left the Senate. He left his term early in 2020 because of ill health. But remember, David Perdue was not sworn in as a senator on Sunday, yesterday. So that race, the Perdue Ossoff race, that's the one I'll be looking at, because remember, back in the general, it was so close. It reached that threshold to initiate a runoff, and here we are.
Yeah, and kind of last but not least, some interesting news coming out of the Georgia election office today, and kind of being spurred from this weekend. There was a phone call between Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and the president. Well, the president didn't know that it was being recorded, and it was finally released to the public after the president started tweeting about that phone call. We have some responses from the Secretary of State himself that we want to play out here, and if the president takes the stage, we'll of course cut into our feed and bring that to you live. But this is another interesting angle with this Peach State showdown that we've been watching.
when he made his, I guess, his initial case, I said, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is that you have wrong data. He just has bad data, and that's what we tried to help him understanding. He was looking for any kind of advantage he could get, and I just don't see how he's going to get it. I never had really a chance to really knock down every one of the rumors. I believe, but it happened so quickly, relatively quickly. Sometimes people just say things that they probably shouldn't say in the heat of the moment, but at the end of the day, we'll find out where this all goes after Wednesday. Our office, did record the call along with the White House, I believe. And so one of them released the message. Understand that what we're really saying here in Georgia is that we're going to have fair and honest elections. Truth matters, facts matter. It's as simple as that. I need to follow the Constitution. We will follow the Constitution. If they support a challenge of the electors for Georgia, they're wrong, dead wrong.
So obviously that was kind of clipped together. That was an interview with the Associated Press, but audio of President Trump's phone call with Raffensperger was obtained by the Washington Post, and it was published in full. This is an interesting phone call because it's between the president and the Secretary of State, and the president is basically saying, hey, you need to find enough votes to reverse the state's election results. Now, President Trump's attorney is saying he's not happy that it was secretly recorded and released. He said that it was a confidential settlement discussion about the Georgia election results, and it was a bombshell story that came out, right, Andrew?
That's right, and that was not the case. You were hearing from the president and administration officials that this was, this call was taking place to discuss confidential settlement, pending litigation and the like, and that really was not the case. And obviously Georgia is a one-party state, so someone can, surreptitiously record the other person on a call. And so right now you're having a lot of legal scholars at the moment are questioning whether the president himself, exposed himself to, state charges in Georgia about, soliciting, bribes to find the votes. That's what we were hearing the president say. He wanted to find, 11,780 votes, which he said was one more vote than the margin that he lost by. And Daytona, that's really tricky business by the president. We normally don't hear just these unvarnished recordings of the president basically seeking to, find votes out of nowhere so he can win Georgia. Obviously, the president is still unhappy that he lost the state, but this was a truly stunning phone call, especially breaking on a Sunday of all days before this election, kind of threw the political and media world into a tizzy.
Yeah, Andrew, and I'm trying to bring up this tweet right now. This is actually the tweet that President Trump had in response. He said, I spoke to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger yesterday about Fulton County and voter fraud in Georgia. He was unwilling or unable to answer questions such as the ballots under table scam, ballot destruction, out-of-state voters, dead voters, and more. He has no clue. Well, today, Gabriel Sterling, who is one of the election officials out there in Georgia, went claim by claim and kind of debunked what President Trump and his legal team say is massive fraud in the election. And then again, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger actually responding to this tweet saying, respectfully, President Trump, what you're saying is not true. the truth will come out. So all eyes are on this week as we watch this Electoral College vote and the challenges that follow it.
Yeah, in Daytona, this was kind of the main primary reason Raffensperger felt compelled to release the call. This, at first the Washington Post just kind of released snippets of the audio recording and then released the call in full. I believe it's about 40 minutes. And so essentially the president was, asking state officials to say, find me these votes. And he's disagreeing with, how they carried out the election in the state of Georgia, presumably because he did lose the state. And so a lot of people thought it was quite stunning to hear the president himself essentially say, I want to find some more votes to help me win. I mean, that's essentially what that call was about.
Right, so tomorrow we will have full coverage of the Senate runoffs as we have had for months. We've really been watching the Peach State throughout the whole 2020 election. Lots of fraud allegations coming out of that state. Andrew, I remember you did the interview with Dominion voting machines. There was allegations of issues with those machines.
Yeah, and Daytona, remember, just for those watching on NewsNOW, we are going to have live coverage of the runoffs tomorrow. We're going to be talking to reporters in the field as results are counted. And so it'll be kind of like a election night 2.0, but just, those two races. And then we'll have live coverage on Wednesday of the January 6th certification process and that joint session of Congress. You're not going to want to miss it. So many huge stories happening already in this first week of 2021, and it's shaping up to be quite a busy week already. Daytona.
So here we are in Dalton, Georgia. We're going to obviously keep it on this shot as we await the president. We were showing you earlier, though, Vice President Mike Pence. He was out campaigning. We saw Kellyanne Conway, who was alongside Kelly Loeffler earlier this morning. Kelly Loeffler will obviously be at this rally. Ivanka Trump was also on Air Force One. So we'll be hearing from all of them. Looks like we're about 8 minutes out. Typically, President Trump is pretty prompt when it comes to his rallies because those crowds stay out there for hours and hours. So, Andrew, any last thoughts that you have?
Yeah, so maybe, I don't know if that might be Air Force One there. I don't know. My final thoughts, I am going to be expecting the president, remember back at that rally in Valdosta, Georgia, on December 5th, he started the rally and he essentially said, I won the state of Georgia, I won the election. Obviously, those are two false claims. So it'll be interesting to see if he repeats those claims today at this rally. But you've been hearing Republicans for the last 2 weeks. You've even heard it from Brian Kemp. You've heard it from Mike Pence today, that this effort needs to be about those 2 Senate seats from the state of Georgia. It can't be about really anything else. Brian Kemp, I remember, called them distractions. And so they're really trying to, hone in and kind of tailor the message to just Loeffler and Perdue and not try to get, in Kemp's words, distracted by, a lot of this other election news happening. But it's really, really hard to do that, Daytona, because you're here for the president himself, who is repeating these things at these rallies that he's holding and going to just for Loeffler and Perdue. So I believe that was Marine One there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. It's a little bit dark, but I think we are about to see some arrivals here momentarily. Look at that crowd size, though. I mean, it really does look like the 2020 campaign events that President Trump was holding alongside Pence leading up to Election Day for November.
That's right. And, the president cites so often the sizes of his crowds as kind of plain evidence that he should have won the state of Georgia, and how could he not have won the state of Georgia with such large crowds, people coming out in the thousands and the thousands, but clearly that wasn't enough to bring him over the finish line there in the Peach State. So it'll be interesting to see, the weight that he carries still as the leader of the Republican Party, if he can bring out enough turnout for tomorrow. Remember, I believe it was over the weekend, we saw the president say, tweeting essentially because he thinks all these baseless allegations basically, cost him the election there, that he used the words invalid and illegal, talking about, these own Senate races that, Republicans, they need those 2 seats. And so there's been a lot of contradictions and mixed messages, coming from the president's Twitter account about how important these races are, and how important it is for his supporters to get out and vote in them. That's one of the other concerns that you were seeing from, state party officials there in Georgia, the national party. They didn't want all these messages to kind of deter people from going out. If leaders in the Republican Party say, well, your vote doesn't count and it's all rigged anyway, that could have a deleterious impact on turnout itself. And it looks like there's a video message from Senator David Perdue.
Yeah, let's listen in here and see if we can get any audio on this.
State. Tomorrow is the last chance we will have to save all that President Trump has accomplished and to hold the line against this radical socialist agenda of the Democrats. As the original outsider, I was one of only 2 U.S. senators to endorse then candidate Donald Trump in early 2016. I fought to get him elected, and I fought alongside of him to turn around the American economy, to rebuild our military, to protect our borders, to remake our federal judiciary, and to bring a vaccine to us in less than a year. I'm still fighting for him today, fighting to get a fair accounting here in Georgia. For weeks now, I have been calling to object to Georgia electors in the U.S. Senate on Wednesday, January the 6th. President Trump has fought for us, and we're fighting for him in a fair and accurate election. If you're as mad as I am about November, then rise up with us and fight. Fight by doing the only thing you can do right now, and that is to vote tomorrow. If we don't all get out and vote tomorrow, everything President Trump has done to make America great again is gone. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi want to change America forever. They want total control and will destroy jobs and our economy with higher taxes and more regulations. They want to allow illegal immigrants to vote, to defund our police, to eliminate private health insurance, and to pack our Supreme Court. My opponent and Kelly's opponent will be nothing but rubber stamps for Chuck Schumer and this radical socialist agenda. Only you can stop them. The eyes of America are on us. Please vote and get everyone you know to vote. We won't get a second chance. The people of Georgia will determine if our children in America will live under an oppressive socialist government or continue to enjoy the freedom that we all cherish so deeply. Simply put, we win Georgia, we save America. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Well, it does look like this campaign event is beginning. I want to say thank you for watching our little political rundown. I'm Daytona Everett. This is Andrew Kraft, and this is what we do here on News Now from Fox, and we'll bring it to you live. Andrew, thanks for joining me.
I think you got to slow down before you start to blow it. I think you're headed for a breakdown, so be careful not to show it. You really don't remember. Was it something that he said?
Tower, Dalton Tower. This is Marine 1. Be advised on final approach.